There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. The first item on the order paper is questions addressed to the ministers in the governance cluster. Members may press the talk button on their desks if they wish to ask supplementary questions. The first question has been asked by Honorable Maxon to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. Order.
Thank you, Chairperson. In response to Honorable Maxon's question, when is the government employees housing scheme going to come into effect? The government employee housing scheme came into effect at the end of, on the 1st of July 2015. And that emanates from negotiations at the Bargaining Council as completed in May 2015. And the question that follows is what has caused the delay of 5 years? There has not been a delay of 5 years. What has transpired is that between 2010 and 2014, before the negotiations that we began, the resolution said we should develop a model to establish the government employee housing scheme. And in that process, we had to do research, do comparative analysis, look at funding models, start consultation with people that are in the industry, for instance, the Department of Housing and other departments, including the Treasury, to make sure that what it is that we develop has got the buy-in of all that would be concerned. And we then decided that we would meet together with the unions to present what it is that we had developed both as a department, but what would have emanated from their own consultations as labor. And since the signing of agreement, organized labor have jointly held, together with labor, we have held road shows in all provinces to explain the scheme in detail. And all provinces have been covered through these road shows. And in addition to that, about a month ago, we submitted a cabinet memo that spells out process and what it is that has yet to be done. The implementation and partnership protocols have also been concluded with the following entities to support the delivery of the scheme. And that is the Public Investment Corporation, the South African Post Office, the Post Bank, Itala Limited, Risima Limited, the Rural Housing Loan Fund, including the Department of Housing and the Treasury. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable Maxon does not seem to be here. Yes, sorry. Oh, Honorable Matthias.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. We are disappointed as economic freedom fighters that we have to get answers from a Deputy Minister who does not sit in the cabinet, that the acting minister is not here. That disappoints us most. And the position that we're dealing here has been vacant for the last 5 months. However, we'll proceed to put a follow-up question. Why is government not using accumulated reserves and the cash that is idling in the government employment pension fund to help government employees who have accumulated enough pension to use some of their money to pay off their home loans?
Honorable Matthias, I did omit to mention that we were informed that the Deputy Minister would take questions on behalf of the Minister, and that's why she did so. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As you have said, the Minister has requested me to respond to these questions. I have been part of the department for quite some time. I sit on the committee that deals with these issues relating to the regulation of the relationship between the Bargaining Council, the labor and the employer. We have, the reason why we're talking to the public and we've signed and concluded protocols of partnership between us and the PIC is specifically to draw into the funds that are available from the pension fund. And this is the vehicle that we have chosen to use because it taps into those funds. I think there was a second question, Honorable Member, that I missed. But your first question was related to the pension fund, and if you could remind me what the other question
No,
was.
Honorable Deputy Minister, we normally prefer that a supplementary question is one. We'll give to Honorable Hlengwa to do the honors. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Minister, as you have indicated that the scheme has now been implemented probably a month and a half ago. So we want to find out whether the monitoring mechanisms you've put in place, how is that going now to assess whether the implementation is going as you would want it to go? So you don't arrive at a situation whereby when you are midstream, or maybe after a very long time, that there are problems that are there. Because I don't think we can deny the fact that there has been a 5-year delay, but one can only say amen to the fact that it is now implemented. So what monitoring mechanisms are in place, and what is the feedback which you are receiving, and what are the challenges that are there so that you can be able to give the scheme the assistance that it needs? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Monitoring will be done in a few ways, one of which is reviewing what it is that comes through from the protocols that we have signed with our partners to determine whether or not people have been able to access the funds that are being put forth, one, through the subsidies, but also through the protocols that we have put in place with the PIC, with the Post Bank and other funding agencies. So we'll be able to monitor that, we'll be able to monitor through that process. It is not true to say there has been a five-year delay. Honorable Member, if you would remember, I have said that between 2010 and 2014, we were in the process of developing the model itself. And there was a lot of analysis, desktop research, comparative analysis, and also consultation between labor and government. At the end of 2014, both parties came, met to present to one another what it is that they had come up with. Hence, we now have a resolution that says it will come into effect on the 1st of July. So it has come into effect, you rightly say, but there has not been any delay with that regards of 5 years.
Honorable Boy. Honorable Boy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
No, you see, Honorable Member, we agreed that you press the to talk button where you are sitting. Honorable Boy is not
where
here.
I sit, I don't have the mic. I sit there. I sit where there is no mic, Deputy Speaker.
How come?
There's no mic here.
Yes. No, Honorable Member, I'm afraid your name is not on the list. Honorable van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Investment in capital through home ownership, as well as partially settled bonds, provide the middle class greater financial freedom. This allows them to, amongst other things, access cheap loans, invest in the education of their children, and to better participate in the economy. Your government has, however, failed to increase home ownership among civil servants, which is unsurprising given that the support given to public servants to service bond repayments has not kept up with rising urban property prices. My question is, what will your government do to address this failure? I thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The process that we are talking about is expressly designed to look into matters of home ownership of civil servants. And we're looking at the 70% that does not own houses but do get subsidies largely. But there are those at even a higher level that do not own houses. And we're trying, the process in itself, including the roadshows that we are embarking upon between labor and the employer, are designed expressly to deal with that issue of home ownership. I do agree with you that if you own a home, it puts you in good stead to access capital from the private sector in the form of banks, but it also puts you in good stead as rising within the LSM in terms of where you stand as an individual. So this process in itself was expressly designed to take that into account and to help people to get ownership of homes. Thank you.
Honorable Mkunu. S. Mkunu. Honorable Shivambo. We move to the next question. Question 353, asked by Honorable A.M. Mudau to Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. I've been informed that the Deputy Minister will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister. Deputy Minister.
Deputy Speaker, we have completed an investigation into this matter and found the following. Firstly, the project referred to is an approved Department of Water and Sanitation Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant Project, which will ensure sustainable bulk water supply to the Greater Mamusa local municipality area. Originally, the Provincial Department of Transport had given approval on the 15th of November 2012 that a new bulk pipeline be constructed inside the road reserve between Bloemhof and Swazirenica. The department had indicated that the work must be completed within 12 months and that if for any reason the work was delayed for a longer period, extension of time should be requested in writing or a new application would have to be submitted. However, this road was subsequently transferred from the Provincial Department of Transport to SANRAL. A letter was then sent to SANRAL to inquire if the approval given by the Provincial Department of Transport is still valid. SANRAL responded negatively and informed the district municipality that SANRAL would not allow services inside the road reserve. The district municipality is now starting to negotiate with all private owners of land outside the road reserves for servitudes. The Department of Cooperative Governance has assigned one of its engineers to facilitate further discussions between the Department of Water and Sanitation, SANRAL and the municipality to find a solution to this issue. We've asked for a progress report by the 4th of September. B, the Northwest Provincial Government has signed an MOU with the Department of Water and Sanitation to prioritize the most water-depressed and challenged municipalities in terms of provisions of technical expertise, project management and implementation capacity and mobilization of resources. These municipalities are also prioritized and supported in the Back to Basics program by the national and provincial COGTA departments and relevant sector departments. Thank you.
Honorable Mudau.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Deputy Minister, for your answer. My follow-up is just a comment, Minister. Can you please make an arrangement between SANRAL and the affected municipalities in future to speed up the project of water bulk supply in other municipalities? Because what SANRAL is doing now, it's hammering the implementation of water project. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, most certainly we will. In fact, we have engaged with the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, MISA, to clarify with SANRAL what exactly their policy is on the use of reserve road areas for the provision of basic services. We're told that there's not an absolute prohibition against the use of those areas, but in this case, permission was denied. So we will pursue that matter with SANRAL. I think also just to say that in terms of that area, There are other steps that are also being taken to ensure long-term provision of water in those areas. In Taung Municipality, for example, the approved RBIG projects currently under construction will address most of the bulk water needs in the Taung local municipal area. In addition, feasibility studies have been conducted by the Department of Water and Sanitation for the augmentation of the bulk water supply to 9 villages in the Greater Taung local municipality area from the Spitskop Dam. Also, in terms of the Naledi local municipality, the bulk upgrading that has been completed in the area will ensure sustainable water supply to Naledi local municipality. However, the district municipality is awaiting ESCOM to upgrade their bulk electricity supply to ensure sustainable electrical supply to the newly completed water treatment works. ESCOM is experiencing problems in obtaining way leave approval from SANRAL to start with their upgrading. Again, the Department of Cooperative Governance has assigned one of its engineers to facilitate a solution to this problem between ESCOM and SANRAL. Thirdly, in the Lekwa Taimane local municipality, the approved RBIG projects currently under construction at Bloemhof will ensure sustainable bulk water supply in Bloemhof. There's also a need for the upgrading of storage facilities in Bloemhof, as well as a need to upgrade the water treatment works in Christiana to ensure sustainable bulk water supply.
Honorable Deputy
Thank you.
Minister, your time has expired. Thank you. Before I move to the next supplementary question, I would like to request members to join me in welcoming pupils and their teachers from Itujwa, Mida Primary School from Itujwa. Welcome. Honorable Chiwani.
Councillor Deputy Speaker. Lembe leri nga hundza President wa tiko u tshembise vaakatiko va le Giyani loko a karhi a hlamula ti-question ka State of the Nation address ku va ta va ri na mati lembe leri nga hundza. Loko hi karhi hi vulavula sweswi vanhu va le Giyani va na mati. Ni lava ku tiva ku xana mfumo wa ANC a wu rhukani vaakatiko loko karhi va tshembisa ku va endla vukorhokeri mara swi nga hetiseki. Hi lexi i follow up ya ku huma ka EFF leyo.
Okay. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I mean, clearly that is not a follow-up question to this question, but you are asking about Giyani. This question revolves around Northwest, but nonetheless to give the assurance that the Department of Water and Sanitation, together with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, in terms of the back-to-basics approach, is very hard at work in Limpopo to address those water problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable KJ Mailaham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Minister, the water situation in Schweizer is dire. The Wenzel Dam is empty and 5 of the 16 boreholes supplying the area are also empty. Yet the pipeline in question in this question, which is supposed to bring water to Schweizer 100,000 residents, cannot be built because the district municipality does not have the required 93 million rand in matching funding, and the Department of Water and Sanitation can only help in 2018-19. So my question to you is this: where will the district source 93 million rand required to start the construction of the pipeline, A? And B, who is responsible for the funding of the construction of the 7 megaliter reservoir required in Schweizer, which has not been planned or budgeted for?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Milam, as we indicated, that that Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Water and Sanitation are working together with those municipalities. We have indicated that monies have been budgeted for those projects and that we will implement those projects. We are aware of the dire situation there. We are working with Water and Sanitation and the municipality to address those matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we now move to question 365. No. Who?
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. A total of 34 deaths were
Deputy Speaker.
recorded.
What's you responded to? Yes, honorable member. What are you responding to?
The table staff is reminding you that my name is following up in terms of the follow-up questions. Because the number of follow-up questions that were supposed to be posed to this question has not yet been exceeded. So please say Honorable Shivambu, so that I'm able to ask the follow-up question. It's there in your system there.
Oh, I should say Honorable Shivam.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The follow-up question that is made here was not in relation to Guyana. It was a background information provided that President Utembisi Vanuvele Guyana Mati. Last year, after Mati Guyana, October last year. Mara Mati ameze mokona kuna to promised one laka question le one ko. Shana Department ya Cooperative Governance. Ita isa rin mati kati municipality tinga mention walawa. Tataung tanale ditali kwa time. Yukuna kutsembisa mkari hinkwayo kutava ku ri na mati and mati a hela mafika. And kutava ku ri mali muni ku endla ku mati mala mafika ka municipality ti nga kombisiwa ka question leyi nga hi vutisa tani hi EFF ku komba nga ku kuna switshembiso mkarhi hinkwayo and a swi fulfilliwi hi munhu la ka government. So the question is specific to
Your time has expired,
the
honorable member.
municipality. So we
Take your
need
seat.
a concrete answer
Take your
in that
seat.
regard.
No, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I mean, there's no difference to the question that the Honourable Shivambu has just asked to the previous one, and the answer still stands, that this is a different question. It's not a follow-up question. We are very concerned about
On
that
a point of
situation.
order, Deputy Speaker.
The member
we will
is
gladly-
answering. Take your seat.
We will
Take your
gladly answer. We will gladly provide a written answer to the Honourable Shivambu.
On a point
Thank
of
you.
order, Deputy Speaker,
Honorable member.
the
Can I-
deputy,
hold
deputy
on.
minister is not answering questions. This is clearly that the deputy minister also came to this house not prepared, just like all the cabinet ministers and other deputy ministers.
Honorable member.
We cannot allow this situation. We can't, Deputy Speaker, let the deputy minister answer the question Honorable Shibambo just asked.
Okay. Take your seat. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Deputy Chief
we
Whip.
cannot allow a situation where a member of this House will cast aspersion that ministers are not responding to questions. So ministers cannot respond in the way that they want to hear it, but they are here to respond to questions. Thank you.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker,
What's your point
I'm
of
still
order?
saying, and we have said it in the previous sittings, that we have been taken for granted as members of this House. We come here expecting ministers and deputy ministers to respond to the questions posted to them, but yet they come here and just toss around the bushes. We can't allow this situation. We can't. They are supposed to have information, the tip of their fingers. We can't.
Honorable members, honorable members, we have in the past, let me finish, Honorable Minister, I'll give you an opportunity. We have in the past pointed out that a supplementary question must consist only of one question, which should relate to the original question or arise from the minister's reply. Should not be a new question. Rule 1136 allows a member who asks supplementary question to make a statement or express an opinion, but a member should not make a speech. But the point we are making also about this matter, honorable members, is that we from the chair can't dictate the answers, and when ministers have indicated they have answered, we can't push them to answer those questions if they have said so themselves. Honorable Chivambo.
Deputy Speaker, this session is called it's questions for oral reply. And the question that we have asked the Deputy Minister, who was not supposed to be answering because he's not even in cabinet, the question that we are making follow-up on is directly related to the main question. And then he says that we must write that question to him. We have written questions for written replies, but now we are looking for an oral reply. And the question is simple. It's how long are you going to take to finish the water project in the identified municipalities in Dr. Sikomoti, Mompati in the Northwest? And how much is that going to cost you? What is difficult about answering that question?
Okay.
We don't want cabinet which is not
All right.
clear about what they're busy with. Or it's not even cabinet, the executive secretary called deputy secretary.
Honorable Chivambo, my advice to members is that you have to live with the reality that ministers and deputy ministers will answer questions in the House. So please, let's live with that. Members, let's go to the next question. I've been informed that the next question is asked by Honorable Kubisa to the Minister of Cooperative
On a
Government.
point of order,
No?
Deputy
Hold on.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member. What number is that?
On a point of order, the Deputy Minister must answer the question
No.
posted by Honorable Shibambo. He's ready to answer.
Honorable.
He's ready to let the Deputy Minister respond.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, you can't make rulings from the floor. I have made a ruling and I'm proceeding. Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Chief Whip, please take your seats. Sure.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order.
Honorable Hlengo.
Deputy Speaker, I beg for your indulgence, sir.
Okay.
Can I proceed?
It's 365. Okay.
Deputy Speaker, I
Honorable
rise on-
Matthias, have a little
Arise.
order. You're
Arise.
noticing I'm consulting here. You want to throw stones in my mouth. Take it easy. You will get your attention that you need.
Please, sir.
You now have attention.
I
Speak.
hope I'm noted.
Go ahead.
Must I speak?
Go ahead.
Look, just as you say, we must risk ratisa melao e metjha ho dumme melao e metjha. Ke kopa o ko hlokomedise motlatsa letona. Hore nako ena ke ya ho botsa dipotso mme re lebeletse dikarabo tsa dipotso tse botswang ka molomo. Mme a ska tla ka molao wa hae o motjha o reng mamele ntate. Potso ena ya rona ena hobane hana karabo ya yona. Rona tle re ngole jwala ka e ka hara e ngola. So re kopa o tlo bue le ena. A ntshe dikonokono ka tsebeng. A arabe potso ena. Metsi a tla batho ba ka tsena tse hlwauweng ba tla fumana metsi neng. A ke arabe potso ena.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on a point of order. On a point of order, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Can we give
Honorable Deputy Speaker, please.
Honorable Chief
That is a new question.
Honorable
The
Chief Whip.
question that Honorable Shibambo is asking is not related to the original question that is on the order paper. So we cannot allow a situation like that. It's a new question at all.
Okay. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, I am not sure how many times we have to keep on repeating one and the same thing about the rules that have to be respected by everyone in the House. The fact of the matter is that some members stand up and speak the way they want before you even give them opportunity to speak. I think that all of us in this House has got the right to follow the rules as they are. And Honorable Chairperson, I'm also saying it cannot be in the House that only the other side is given the opportunity to speak and they speak anyhow. Last time we raised Rule 70 and I thought that was going to be followed to the latter. Secondly, the honorable member has got no right to be insultive of the deputy minister who was speaking. I would like you to listen to what he said about the deputy minister and give a ruling of that, because Nobody has got the right to be telling any member that they've got things in their ears. I don't think that's parliamentary. And the sooner we have order in this house, the better, because Honorable Deputy Speaker, we don't break the rules. We make our inputs,
Speaker.
we don't break
Speaker.
the rules.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable
Speaker.
member at the back there.
Speaker, you can't. Ngeke ukwazi ukuvumela uminister phela.
Mamela,
athi
awuhlale
excuse.
mamela,
Lo yena nozo-
mamela,
speech.
awuhlale phansi.
Hayi,
Hlala phansi school sam.
Kaloku
Hlala
mamela.
phansi. No, 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 no. I won't listen to you. I've pointed someone else
Ya,
who stood
kulungile,
before you.
uzolandela.
No, sit down, please.
Qala ungimamele, qala uminister
Take your
ayeke
seat.
ukwenza
I'm not
speech.
going to listen to you. Take your
Ayeke
seat.
ukuthi
Speaker.
uma ngabe sikhuza kube uyena ozokwenza ispeech.
Hayi, kawuhlale
Akakwazi
phansi,
ukuthi
please.
angayenza lona.
No, sit
Uminister
down.
besifuna ukwazi isikhathi nosuku nje lokufaka
Just
amandla.
take your seat, honorable member.
Okay, okay.
You're out of order. Speak, honorable member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that the next question is question 365 by the Honourable Flengwa, not by the Honourable Kubisa, and I would ask for you to allow the question time to go ahead. Thank you.
Honorable members, I would like to proceed. As is indicated, I don't think we must run around this matter anymore. Honorable Chivambo, respectfully, I would like to proceed, sir.
Deputy Speaker, it's factually incorrect to say that the question that we have asked in follow-up
Honorable
is
Chivambo,
not related.
we are not debating that. We would like to
It's
proceed.
not a debate, it's just a simple thing. It's a simple illustration that the question we're asking is, mati matafika rin ka ti municipality le tinga mentioniwa lawa. Ta Naledi, ta Taung. And question lo sungula leyi nga humelisiwa lawa. Ai vulavula hi swilo swa mati ku xana kuta twananiwa rini na Sanral ku mati ma fikisiwa leyi loko yi endla a follow up hi vutisa on the same question.
Honorable
Why
member,
now we are referred to, we must go and write the question.
honorable member, in any language, you're out of order. Take your seat and proceeding.
No, but we're asking a question, we want an answer.
No,
We want an
honorable.
oral reply to the question that we've asked.
That your time and the deputy minister's time is expired. We are now moving to the next question.
You don't know what
Honorable
the
member.
business is like,
Question
Urma
365.
Lolo.
Question 365.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much.
No,
A
honorable-
total number of 34 deaths were recorded in the 2015 winter initiation season. The ministry conveys its condolences to the families of those initiates who passed on and reiterates that one death is one death too many. We maintain its stance of zero tolerance towards any abuse of the initiation practice and deaths of initiates. The department is working closely with the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders and the South African Police Service, the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities, the Department of Health and the Department of Social Development. These partnerships resulted in the following. Firstly, 31 cases of murder being opened in the Eastern Cape, 2 arrests in Limpopo and the suspects charged. 1 case was opened and an investigation is underway. 6 principals of initiation schools have been arrested in the Northwest. The department has scheduled a meeting with the Provincial Houses of Traditional Leaders in October 2015 to ensure that we're ready for the forthcoming summer initiation season. It should be noted that the department drafted a policy on the customary practice of initiation, which Cabinet considered in July of 2015. Provinces are implementing the principles of this policy from the past 2015 winter initiation season. The Ministry continues to monitor the implementation of the principles of the policy to ensure that the structures envisaged in that policy are operational. The Department, the National House of Traditional Leaders and Provinces established a committee which in turn has task teams consisting of traditional leaders, SAPs, provincial departments of health and social development to monitor initiation practices in schools to ensure that there are no fatalities. The Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs responsible for Traditional Affairs, Deputy Minister Obed Bapela, was on the ground visiting all initiation schools and monitoring the winter initiation seasons. These measures will continue during the summer initiation season to provide oversight of the schools and setting the basis for registered, legal and unregistered initiation schools to ensure that there are no fatalities. The initiation awareness campaigns that were held during the 2015 winter initiation season to sensitize all role players to comply with the principles of the initiation policy will continue in the coming summer initiation season. In addition, the leadership of the National House of Traditional Leaders and the Department of Traditional Affairs continues to engage provinces and provincial houses to improve their existing structures and monitoring systems in line with the principles of the draft initiation policy. I thank you.
Honorable Hlengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Minister, I'd also want to join in offering the condolences of the IFP to all the families that lost their loved ones. And to say, Honorable Deputy Minister, any culture that we perform should in essence really be about life and should not be a gateway to death. And I think that maybe a time has come when we bite the bullet and actually start making and taking drastic steps to ensure that we save lives. Because young lives cannot be lost to something which is supposed to be life. And so is the department with the stakeholders that you have outlined considering medical circumcisions in hospitals and in clinics, and then transferring the initiates to the mountains and the initiation schools to continue then with the other processes that are there. But the continuous loss of life cannot be something that we are allowed to continue happening, because it's perpetual every single year. Whilst we accept that numbers have gone down, but I think we must be able to now converge culture.
Honorable Member, your time has expired. Let the Minister respond. Deputy Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Hlengwa for a very constructive and thoughtful intervention. Certainly we recognize that this is a matter of cultural sensitivity that must be approached with circumspection, but it must be done so on the basis of a zero tolerance for fatalities and permanent damage to the lives of young people. So in that regard, in our interaction with the national and provincial houses of traditional leaders and other role players, we're examining all options, including those which you have referred to. Thank you very much.
Honorable Banga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, in relation to the death of the initiates, we need a decisive intervention. What we have presented here does not reflect decisiveness, because last year we had more than 82 people who died. This year we had 34. That's death, number of young people, and we're expecting more. And we don't see government of the ANC taking decisive action to make sure that these deaths are reduced totally. One child died is more. Therefore, in the Western Cape alone, we have implemented an initiation framework and protocol in 2011 with great success. This includes first aid training and kits to all traditional surgeons and healers, and a stand by medical team at each side. Will you give your assurance that come the summer initiation season, no initiation school in other provinces will operate without these two interventions? Therefore, we want action from you. We don't want rhetoric.
Honorable Member,
Our
your
children
time
are
has
dying.
expired.
No, Honourable Banga, I mean, this is a matter literally of life and death. I don't think it's a matter to be politicizing, and especially to be politicizing in the way that you have. I'm not sure when you say that we in the Western Cape, what are you exactly referring to? Because to the best of my knowledge, we are a national parliament here. We are concerned with all provinces. As you would know, and from the statistics that I've given you, there has been a drastic reduction in the number of deaths from over 80 to 30. That is 30 deaths too many. We have articulated that we have a zero tolerance policy. Action is being taken in all provinces. We are cracking down on illegal initiation schools. Arrests are being made. Prosecutions have been instituted. As you would see from these figures, the vast number of deaths occur in the Eastern Cape. It is for that reason that we are focusing our attention, all of our efforts on the Eastern Cape. We are working with provincial government. We are working with traditional leaders and with our law enforcement agencies. Thank you.
Honorable Matluku.
modula setilo, boratipana ba ba setso, ba ba seng ka fa molaong, mo dikarolong tse di amilweng ke dintsho tse kwa Kapa Botlhaba. Baagi le maponesa ba itse ka batho ba. Lefapha le dira le maponisa le tlo dira jang gore dikolo tse di seng ka fa molaong tse le boratipana ba di tswalwe ebile ba tshwariwe.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Deputy Speaker, as we've said, we, even during the past initiation season, worked together with all of the relevant role players. Our provinces, our provincial departments of health, of social development, as well as the police and the prosecution service, and very importantly, traditional leaders. Deputy Minister Bapela, traditional leaders, joint task teams between national and provincial government were on the ground. That is why we were able to go into an area like Soweto, discover an illegal initiation school, disband that school, effect arrests, and to institute prosecutions. That is what we will continue doing.
Honorable Masondo. Okay, no, all right. Honorable Mapulane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And our condolences, would like to offer condolences as the ANC for those of our people, our young boys who perished in the hands of these unscrupulous owners of Initiation School. Initiation, Deputy Speaker, is fundamentally an African cultural ritual that seeks in a controlled and well-organized manner to prepare graduates, to prepare young boys and graduates, to graduate them into the next life of manhood. Now, I would like to ask a question to the Deputy Minister whether the department does not consider to introduce legislation to permanently reclaim this noble cultural practice from the current stranglehold by opportunists and con artists who are often untrained and unskilled and whose primary purpose is to abuse this ritual in order to extract profit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, again for another thoughtful and very constructive intervention. We agree with you, and indeed, Deputy Minister Bapela has announced the intention to explore the introduction of legislation that would criminalize the operation of illegal initiation schools. So we are definitely in support of the suggestion that you have made, and it is being acted upon. Thank you.
Honorable members, we move to question 356. 366, yes. Honorable Kubisa to the Minister of Kokta.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. We are aware that rural parts of the 6 local municipalities, namely Umlalazi, Tonjaneni, Mtambanana, Nkandla, Umfulozi, Umhlatuzi of the Utungulu district are experiencing severe shortages of water. This is mainly due to the prevailing drought situation in the area. As a result of the drought, the water supply from all the schemes in and around the area have been halved. We've consulted with the Minister of Water and Sanitation regarding this matter. The Utungulu District Municipality is the Water Services Authority for the area, and we've consulted with them to obtain the following information regarding what is being done by the municipality and other stakeholders to address the situation. The new Hloko Regional Bulk Water Scheme has been completed. A tender for reticulation networks from the new scheme is currently under adjudication, and scheduled to be finalized by the end of September 2015. On completion of the reticulation, it is expected that 95% of the Mzimela Traditional Authority area would be provided with adequate water supply. In the meantime, 3 new boreholes have been drilled in the district municipality and are supplying water in the area. In addition, the district municipality is providing communities with water through water tankers in the area. An alternative source to the dried up Kwainduka scheme in the area has been identified and construction is underway. In addition, the refurbishment of the Wayimeni water scheme in the area has been planned and designed and will be out on tender shortly. We have consulted with the Minister of Energy regarding the provision of electricity in this area. There's an ongoing program of rural electrification in the area through ESCOM and the 6 municipalities funded by the Integrated National Electrification Program grants. ESCOM and the municipalities were granted 126 million and 77 million respectively for the 2015-16 financial year. Over the 2015-18 period, the amounts allocated to ESCOM and the 6 municipalities are 399 million and 235 million respectively. Thank you.
I'm informed Honorable Mwabe will take the supplementary question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Minister, for the response. However, one would like to know whether, as we speak currently, is there any program in place or in the pipeline to supply the community under the Mzimela Traditional Authority with the water tanks in order to address the issue of water shortage? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
No. Honorable Member, I think I've indicated that pending the completion of the project, which would result in 95% of the Mzimela area being provided with water, that water tankering is taking place to provide water. Deputy Speaker, I think I'd also just like to say that the issue of drought in KZN is a very serious issue, that a provincial drought declaration was published in December of 2014. The national government has prioritized 352 million rand to support the affected municipalities. The funds are being used to purchase or rent water tankers and water tanks, refurbish and upgrade municipal water treatment and distribution infrastructure, to protect springs and to drill boreholes. Water restrictions have been put in place across numerous towns and cities such as Vryheid, Ulundi, Mhlatuzi, North Coast and South Coast. 24 million of drought relief funds from the National Disaster Management Center are being used by the affected municipalities to drill additional boreholes and to install micro water supply schemes and hand pumps. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Tlengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Minister, you have spoken about the issue of water tankers. And as we all know, the area of Utungulu is rural from 99.9% of it is basically rural. And accessing water for the communities and those water tankers is a major problem. Now, whilst the minimal trucks are being sent out, the major issue around the community is that they have to now buy water from these suppliers. So already communities that are under distress and live in conditions of poverty, and money has been pumped in. So I'm hoping that maybe look into this matter, launch an investigation into it, because kind of a situation whereby the taxpayers being double taxed for it. And secondly, the Utungulu district has sent back money to Treasury for electricity and water. So this crisis is being compounded by that grants being dispatched are not being
Honorable
utilized.
Member, your time has expired.
Honorable Hlengo, we'll certainly look into that matter. We are very acutely aware of the dangers inherent in water tankering. We accept it as a short-term measure. We know that there are, though, municipalities where that is being abused, and in some cases, in fact, water supply infrastructure is being actively sabotaged by those who run water tankering services. So we are very aware of that, and we will look into both the matters that you raise and respond to you in writing. Thank you.
Honorable Masondo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Given the fact that this government is committed to the implementation of bulk electricity, provision of water infrastructure, as well as the delivery of basic services, and the reality that not all of this work can be done and carried out all at once in all the areas, and that this requires a collaborative effort beyond the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, can the Deputy Minister clarify what work will be undertaken where and within what broad timelines?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think the Honourable Masondo raises a very, very valid question, but I think it's a question, the nature and the scope and the extent of which I think can't be clarified by way of a supplementary question. We would gladly do a full briefing to the Portfolio Committee or to respond to the member in writing. I can just say that indeed the provision of basic services is not something that is isolated or confined to one department. It's for that reason that the President has established an interministerial task team on basic service delivery that's chaired by the Minister of COGTA that brings together all of your frontline basic service delivery departments in an attempt to promote a more integrated service delivery model and programs. Thank you.
Honorable Kaula.
Ngibonge sihlalo lapha phambili. Umbuzo wami ngakhala ngabantu basemthandeni ku-Ward 7 ngaphansi kwekhansela uBethu Luthuli. Ngithi kuleya ndawo abantu abanamanzi baphuza amanzi nezilwane. Kuze kube yimanje lutho usizo. Nakanjalo naku-Ward 4 eSidumbini. Abantu bakhona amanzi abanawo, ubona ngemphongo ligcwele belindele amanzi la abizwa kuthiwa amavaterikane. Kodwa lutho kufika imoto noma ifika ngo-12 ebusuku. Kuthiwa abantu bazowathutha kanjani amanzi. Sicela lapho nje angiphendule uMinister ngokukhulu ukukhululeka ngoba ngiyayidinga manje lempendulo. Ngayibuza ngifika la eParliament ngiyabonga.
Okay, Deputy Minister.
Deputy Speaker, again, thank you. We would very much like to engage with the member to get further details, and we undertake to respond in writing. We are not expecting the member to direct a written question to us. We will take that initiative to get those details and to respond to the member, and if necessary, to visit the areas affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next question, 356. Honorable Boyd to the Minister in the Presidency.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The answer to 356 says that during the 2014-15 financial year, 25 evaluations were in progress. 15 of these evaluations in the plan for 2014 and 15, and 10 evaluations were carried over from the previous years. In 2014-15, 9 evaluations reports were produced. Since inception of the evaluation system, 15 evaluations on government programs have been completed and approved. For the 2016-17 financial year, 8 national evaluations have been selected for implementation. The results of individual evaluations of the various government programs completed so far are varied. For example,
An evaluation of early child development programs show the need to expand the ECD to include the first 1,000 days from conception through proper nutrition. Subsequent to the ECD evaluation, an evaluation of nutrition intervention for children under the age of 5, which arose from ECD evaluation, show the importance of nutrition in contribution to child mortality, and that 21% of children under 5 are stunted, much higher than for similar countries. A key recommendation was for an input of the health outcome to be on nutrition, and in practice, as a result of the medium-term strategy framework, incorporates several targets on nutrition in outcome 2 and 7. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Boy.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Given that this was a new development in the 5th term of Parliament, and then we added up evaluation, how many lessons are there to be learned by us to be able to strengthen and be able to grow where we are? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The important lessons learned from this, from the evaluations, are important lessons which we need to draw from them as indicated above. Already, I can indicate, Honorable Member, that we are seeing the impact of the evaluation results on policies and programs, which include a new policy which has been recently drafted to the ECD diagnostic review, which include the need to target children from conception, a renewed focus on nutrition in children, resulting from the evaluation of nutrition interventions for children under the age of 5.
Honorable Singh. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. Now, I think the nub of the question posed by Honorable Boy is whether or not these evaluations are having an impact on the lives of people. And yes, Honorable Minister, you've quoted one such example in the ECD case, and that's laudable. Now, there were 25 evaluations done according to your report or your answer to us. Are there other examples of how these performance evaluation reports have impacted on the lives of ordinary people? And added to that is what informs or what has informed these 8 new programs or departments that have been selected in the 2016-17 financial year? Because you did mention to us that there are 8 departments that have been selected. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I came up with examples which have been indicated. Part of the process in ensuring that which departments or the outcomes which are prioritized, it's been informed by the challenges and the data which showed what are the challenges facing the country, but what is it that government needs to prioritize in making sure that it addresses issues which affect your ordinary people. One of those is the issue of health. It's one of the priorities, as I've indicated, the issue of early learning childhood between the Department of Basic Education, but it also relates to social development in terms of addressing poverty alleviation amongst the communities. So those are some of the programs which have been outlined in the areas and making sure that more people can have access to jobs, and also decent life and quality life. Those are some of the issues which were considered in terms of the various outcomes in government.
Thank you. Honorable Mutau.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, let me see if I can latch on to what Honorable Singh did and cite a different example. The issue with evaluations is that they happen, but we don't see a follow-through. Let me give you an example, and I will quote the example of the service delivery improvement plans. Now, in the year 2012, 2013, 68%, and in the year 2013-14, 85%, and in 2014-15, 88% of national departments reported. But Here's a NAP. 2013, 2014, a mere 22 out of 131 national provincial departments submitted progress reports. Progress reports, and that's what we need. Where is the progress? It is absolutely dismal. What is the minister going to do to crack the whip on these non-compliant national and provincial departments so that eventually we can have efficient service delivery to improve the lives of the citizen, as the minister just said? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to indicate that the monitoring and evaluation is putting up systems, for instance, one, reporting mechanisms in making sure that the departments which are unable to account and report on progress are being named and shamed, but also in making sure that the reports are made public, because that's one of the ways of making sure that the department takes responsibility by naming and shaming those departments and also engaging them in making sure that they can indeed meet the challenges which are faced by the people.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, there's one slot left. Any member wishes to do that. There's no indication on the floor of who's here. No one? No, no. What? No, you can't.
Honorable
Speak.
Deputy Speaker, we have pressed.
Yeah,
Honorable member, what's your name, honorable member? Your name is not here.
I'm sitting here where Honorable Maxon is
No, your name is not here.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
That's why I was saying, honorable member, who is here to rise, because your name is not here. Where is your seat, honorable member?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I have pressed.
Okay.
Where Honorable Maxon
Yeah,
is sitting.
you know where the rule is, right? So take your seat. Yes, honorable member?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Matau did push his button and he is sitting in his seat and he's ready to ask a question.
Take your seat, honorable member. Honorable Ndau, ask a question. What's your story? Honorable members, we proceed to the next question.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes?
there's nothing in the rules preventing one member asking 2 supplementary questions. If there are, the rules allow for 4 supplementary questions. You've indicated only 3 have been asked. So if the Honourable Matar has pressed his button again and you've recognized him, he's entitled to ask that.
No, I
supplementary
did
question.
recognize him. He did ask, yes. So he's not here.
But he's pressed his button again. You said there's one more question to be asked, so he pressed his button.
Honorable members, I have to see that. And I'm afraid I have to see that, yes. Honorable members,
Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Matar's pressed his button. And as you've said, we've only had 3 supplementary questions. Would you please recognize him?
hold on, honorable member. Honorable members, I'm going to do as we agreed we are going to do. We are proceeding. Press the button. Your name will appear here twice, thrice.
Yes, Deputy
Now
Speaker.
you are telling me, yes.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable
May I,
member.
may I speak to you?
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, there has been instances in the past, and I've been one of them, where we've been allowed to ask
in the
2
past,
questions.
now
Yeah,
in the
so
past,
there's a precedent. set.
Honorable Waters, in the past, we
Yes.
did things that we said we are not going to do here.
But there's nothing.
Just last week, so we are not going that route. Take your seat with respect, honorable member.
Which rule?
We will not make an exception because you are making
Which
that
rule
appeal today.
prevents a member asking 2 questions?
No, that rule is that the chair
rule?
may decide on
On
the
a point
matter
of
for
order.
now.
And
Honourable
if there are
Deputy
names
Speaker.
on the list, you must recognize them.
Point of
Chair.
order.
Okay, take your seat, honorable member, please. Thank you very much, honorable Chief Whip.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Waters knows that you can't question the decision of the presiding officer unless you go to your rules committee. He knows that. You have made a ruling, he must move on.
Honorable members, the next question is asked by Honorable Mabi to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The question is
Point
how
of
many
order,
two
Chair.
songs?
Point of order, Chair. I'm here, opposition benches.
Just hold on. Someone else will take over from me.
Don't run away from me.
Order,
Okay.
honourable members. Why are you rising, honourable member? Honourable Fultane?
Okay, just as well, there's been a change of guard. What we wanted to request was that the numbers of the questions should please be read out. That's what helps to guide us to know if you want to participate with follow-up questions. Yeah, it makes it very, very difficult. So if you can just give us the number of the questions that is going to be responded to, we'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Order, honourable members. Order. Question number 362 has been asked by the Honourable Mabe to the Minister of Public Service and Administration.
Chair?
Yes,
may I
honourable
address
member?
you?
Yes.
Just on the previous question, there are, Rule 1134 stipulates those 4 supplementary questions, right? No one arguing with that. 3 members have asked supplementary questions. There's 1 spot still left. The Honourable Mattar has pressed his button to ask the 4th supplementary question. And the previous presiding officer made a ruling that for some bizarre reason, that an individual member cannot ask 2 supplementary questions if there are spots available.
Honourable
and I would
members.
like you to reconsider that ruling, please.
No, honourable
Chair.
member, the Deputy Speaker made a ruling and will proceed to question 362 and we'll deal with the supplementary questions as we go along, that we do take the 4 supplementary questions when we get there.
We will be objecting to that ruling, definitely.
That's fine. The Deputy Minister. Order, honourable member.
May I address you on a point of order, House Chairperson?
Yes, what is the point of order?
The point of order is that the NA table seems to be giving inconsistent advice to the POs. And that is quite unfortunate because the POs depend on the expert advice. And the member at the table turned around and said that a 4th question could not be asked. Now, I ask that the NA table give the correct advice so that the rules of this House can be implemented correctly.
Thank you, honourable member. We will deal with the matter. The Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first question that was asked is how many two-song centers do we have in the country? And the answer is that we have a total of 175 two-song centers, 47% of them being in the rural areas. We had 183, some of them were burnt down during the service delivery protests, and some of them have just remained dysfunctional because of various reasons, including issues relating to ICT. The second question was what amount was spent to establish each of these centers. The two-song centers, the custodianship of the two-song centers is the GCIS, but we will endeavor to respond to the question that has been asked. We as a department have only established 1 two-song center, which is the Maponya Mall Urban Two-Song Center. And the estimated cost establishment of that was 30 million, which included the design, infrastructure, governance issues, communications, ICT security, branding, and marketing of the Two-Song Center, which is the Maponya Mall Urban Two-Song Center. And the monthly budget, as the question was raised, of the Two-Song Centers is, as I said earlier on, all of this is under the custodianship of the GCIS. And what we will respond to is what is under our responsibility as the Department of Public Service and Administration. And the current cost estimate is around 500,000 per month, which includes the lease of the building, the maintenance, which includes fumigation and lift maintenance. We also have security of both the physical and electronic environments, cleaning, queue management system, providing water to drink to people who come to the Two-Song Center, municipal rates, and ICT. The costs that I have reflected on are borne by each department or each municipality or each entity that participates in the two-song program of the Maponya Mall. We have the city of Johannesburg and we have other departments that are residents of the two-song center in the program in Maponya Mall. And we're still in the process then of finalizing discussions between the DPSA and the GCIS for the possible transfer of the program from the GCIS to the Department of Public Service and Administration. The discussions at the moment are that we're still determining the best possible solution, for instance, with respect to the operational issues relating to running a two-song center, but also the financial model that we should be looking at and governance issues around the arrangements that should apply once the transfer has been effected. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Is there a follow-up question? Is it on behalf of the Honourable Mabe? You may continue.
Thank you, House Chair. And thank you for the reply from the Deputy Minister. As the Deputy Minister is aware that some of the two-song centers are dysfunctional. How possible it is that we use the new model to resuscitate those that they were donated by the NGOs and the private sector using the new model? I thank you, House Chairperson.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, we're not averse to looking at what it is that would come up as suggestions from the House. What we have to take into account is the cost implications of that. And as I said, Honourable Member, earlier on, the program does not really belong to us as the DPSA. But in the discussions that are currently underway between the two departments, those are the issues that we're looking at, including the funding model of the two-song centers. It does become a bit difficult as a department to determine what we take on and what we don't, because we do not have the budget to do that currently. What we've also looked at is the possibility of having mobile two-song centers that will be able to assist people with providing the necessary services that they would require. We had also begun a discussion with PRASA to also look at some of the train stations. For instance, we had spoken about PRASA, because they are the owners of the railway stations. And if you look at the number of feet that touch the platforms of those railway stations, those are people that under normal circumstances would not be able to access the services of government, but would be able to access those services after hours. So we're trying to make sure that every citizen that has to access government services that are supplied by government in the form of home affairs and all other areas are able to access those services at any given point. Thank you.
The next follow-up question is to be asked by the Honourable Ketabahle, the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, phaya entsika yethu nezinye indawo, insika yethu municipality, azisebenzi as centers. Instead, kuspendwa imali nexesha kwezi local municipalities, and akukho space kwezi offices. Umzekelo entsika yethu e-office A1, i-social workers yi-4. How do they maintain these two-song centers, both in terms of infrastructure and operations?
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am not familiar with the two-song center that the Honourable Member refers to, but I will find out what is going on in the department. But again, maybe it becomes a little bit difficult for me to be responding to say, we are not the custodians of the two-song centers, but we do assist the department, the GCIS, in operationalizing some of these issues. But I will endeavor to make sure that between the minister and myself, we do find out what is going on at Insika. I'm not quite sure even where Insika Yetu is, but I will find out and we will provide the necessary detail to you as to how it is that we're going to improve office space, because as you say, it becomes difficult to have a small office space and expect that people will be able to operate efficiently. Thank you.
The Honourable Mabika.
Thank you, House Chair. My questions to Deputy Minister is to check as to how much is the department spending each year to support these two song centers for the management, or they are just handed over to the municipalities with all the costs, considering that some municipalities are sometimes struggling to pay their own staff members. So to check if the two song center managers are also becoming the burden of the municipalities. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. To the honourable member, the figure that I can give you is for the Maponya Mall Two Song Center. And I have said that the cost is estimated to around 500,000 per month. And I've outlined what it is that determines the cost of running this particular Two Song Center. But I have said that we are currently in discussion with the GCIS to determine the best possible way of transferring that program from the Department of, from the GCIS to the Department of Public Service and Administration. Thank you.
The Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think it must be clear to everybody that there are huge frustrations regarding the two song centres. And while we condemn the burning down of such centres, I think government must sit up and take notice of the people's response to the frustration levels. Now, my question is regarding, for example, the two song centre in Motherwell, which has been built by donor money to the value of 46 million rand, and where construction has started 5 years ago, and where the only staff visible are the security guards trying to stem the vandalism at this centre. Which department or sphere of government must be held responsible to manage and develop standard operating procedures for these centres? And how will your government, Minister, ensure that these centres are fulfilling their mandate in future? I thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Member, as I have said earlier on, we are not the custodians of the process, but you are correct in your question to ask what will we do as government and where, at which sphere of government does this program reside. It belongs to the national sphere of government. And in developing the standard operating procedures, I think this is a process that will run parallel with the discussions that we're currently having with the GCIS. Because we are also the custodians, by the way, of the Service Delivery Improvement Program. So as we look at that and look at the Batupili principles and how we take them forth, we should then be able to say, these are the standard operating procedures of each and every Two Song Center around the country, be it in a rural area or in an urban area. One of the issues that we also need to be looking at currently is that, as I said earlier on, some of them have been burnt down during service delivery protests, but some of them are dysfunctional because of management reasons. But others are dysfunctional because we have not been able to put the ICT infrastructure in place, which would help them to monitor even the performance of the Two Song Centers. Thank you.
All the honourable members, the next question.
Chair?
Yes, honourable member.
I'd just like to raise the point that you have allowed 4 questions, and we are appealing from the presiding officers for consistency as far as the application of the rules are concerned and a fairness of the application in future. If you could raise that with the other presiding officers, we'd also appreciate it. Thank you.
The matter will receive attention, honourable member. Question number 341 has been asked by the Honourable Van Dam to the Minister in the Presidency. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The reply is that the Deputy Minister in the Presidency has appointed a task team to review, amend, finalize the coordination and expansion of the framework for National Youth Service Program. The task team comprises of representatives of government, departments, civil society. The task team is currently looking at the existing National Youth Service Program framework as a basis for a better coordination and expansion including looking at what role the South African National Defence Force could play in an expanded National Youth Service Program. The task team expects to conclude its work within 3 months.
The Honourable Van Dam.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your reply. With all due respect, you haven't answered my question. My question is, will the department be considering military enrollment? I think it deserves either yes we are or no we aren't type question, so please answer my question. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, you should appreciate that I'm giving what the government is doing, not a yes or no, because I think you really want to understand what is happening. And the answer, I'm giving it to you. It's what government is doing instead of yes or no. We don't give such answers. I'm giving you information.
Order, honourable members. Order.
I am trying to empower you by you being able to understand exactly what is happening. So if you're looking for a yes or no, in my education, I was not taught to say yes or no. You need to elaborate and explain in anything you are doing instead of talking about yes or no. So I've given you information. You can share it with the other young people out there to say, what is this government doing when it comes to young people?
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I rise on a point of order, and maybe we can empower the Minister because she hasn't answered the question. The question was whether or not the government is going to initiate a voluntary or compulsory enrolment to the National Defence Force. And it's a simple question which the Minister is dodging and fudging. And the Minister needs to answer the question. She's here to be held accountable and representing the government, and she has not answered the question. It's a simple, very simple question. And she needs to answer it, please.
Honourable. Point of order.
Yes, Honourable Chief Whip.
The question is very clear.
Order, honourable members. Order.
If you were to just listen so that I can help you. The question is very simple.
What's the point of order, Chief Whip?
The point of order is that the answer is also simple. It says there's a task team to investigate the final decision, which has not yet been produced. How can you say no or yes when the outcome is not there yet?
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, the Minister has replied. Now, whether you like the reply or not, she referred to a process that is currently underway. Now, you see, when you get the reply, it's a matter of how do you want to treat the reply that you've received from the Minister. But the Minister has replied to the question as it currently stands. The Honourable Schlengwa.
I'm sorry, Chairperson, on point of order. On a point of order,
Honourable Schlengwa, just give us some
May
time.
I address you?
Yes.
Chairperson, it's quite obvious from the Minister shaking her head and telling me she's not going to answer the question that she does not know, don't point at me, that she does not know the answer to the question, and once again showing the incompetence of this executive.
No, honourable members, the Honourable Schlengwa.
Thank you very much, Honourable.
No, Honourable Minister, you'll get an opportunity. Honourable members, we're dealing here with a question and answer session. Now, whether you like the reply or not, if there's a response, the response is there, and the idea of follow-up questions is for further interaction, and the Minister can then further elaborate. Honourable Schlengwa.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable members, your member asked the question. Let's respect the other member who's asking a question now.
Honourable Minister, you have indicated that there's a task team and you've listed all sorts of people involved in it, and they are reviewing the National Youth Policy, which is 2010-2015. And it is now 2015, and we are still busy with the review when actually we should be implementing the policy. So it means that we are behind. So what are the timelines which are, so that we can actually conclude this review? Because all the issues that are being raised and the other issues that you have raised now hinge on the review that you're speaking about. But if it's dragged on, we'll come to the end of the term of the policy, which is 2015-2020. We'll still be reviewing at the end of this term. So now we're going to conclude this so we can actually understand better what government is intending to do, if anything at all.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The timeline, as I've indicated, is that the task team expect to conclude its work within the next coming 3 months. And I believe that when they have concluded their whole work, they'll be able then to table that to the public and also this House in ensuring that the timelines they've presented in the past are being met. So the 3 months, it's what it says.
The Honorable Boy.
Thank you, House Chair. Because this government is not waiting until the last minute, taking the experience of what has happened in April 2013 and the formation of the Youth Accord, can you tell us some of the lessons that we could draw from that one particular? Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, that's a new
Honorable
question.
Honorable Member, allow me to chair the session, please.
It's a new question.
Allow me to chair the session. Don't chair the session from your benches. The Honorable Minister will indicate if she's prepared or in a position to reply to that question. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. As you know that part of the 2013 Youth Accord was to make sure that various skills are created, but it was through the participation of labor,
Order, honorable
government,
members.
business, which committed in making sure that young people are being allowed to develop skills, internships have been developed, and part of that is to make sure that young people are able to participate in the economy of our country. And currently, as we speak, we've seen various participants and opportunities created for young people. Thank you.
See the Honorable Mutau.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, in the Cape Times on the 12th of August this year, the NYDA CEO, Yasin Pillay, said this: the militarization of the National Youth Service can be one aspect of a broader, more innovative, socially responsive program to address the question of youth unemployment. Our question is really this: can we take a steer, given that the task team is reviewing, that the ANC government will consider enlistment of young people to address the unemployment question? And if the answer is yes, can then we draw the inference that the government is so desperate that it will even walk in the footsteps of the apartheid regime in terms of conscription of our children? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, can I indicate an individual, when it talks about militarization, that's not a government view. Oh. What I want to say, Chairperson, is that currently, as we know, any young person who wants to be involved with the South African National Defence Force, it's done voluntarily. No one has moved that. And I think it's quite clear as this House that at the dawn of democracy, it's this ANC government which ensured that no young person or any other person is forced to enlist, but they're able to offer voluntarily their service on behalf of the country. So that position still stands. And I would not see this process moving in that space of going back and forcing people to be in a space which they don't like or they don't want. And I think we all believe in democracy, and where we are, young people will be allowed to make choices as they want. As we know, they become part of any environment which they think that environment is their preference. So there's no way what the CEO said, it's not government policy. He might have expressed his own opinion, but we can't go back to that because we know what are the implications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, question number 358 has been asked by the Honorable Dlamini Dubuzana to the Minister in the Presidency. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The inaugural National Planning Commission had the primary mandate of formulating a long-term vision and plan for the country, as well as advise the government and other policy and planning-related matters. The National Development Plan was adopted by this Parliament on the 15th August 2012, and thereafter the Commission shifted its focus to conducting research on long-term and providing advice on implementation of the plan both within and outside government. Our President, President Zuma, will soon announce names of the new commission as well as outline changes to the mandate of the commission, taking into account the fact that we now have National Development Plan in place and the focus is now on implementation. Thank you.
The follow-up question, the Honorable Dlamini Dubuzana.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you to the Minister. Minister, now that the focus is on the implementation, can you share with us what is the thinking within the presidency towards the implementation? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Just to respond to the member, in line with the focus on implementation, the mandate will entail, amongst others, as we move forward, undertaking detailed planning in selected sectors to facilitate more effective implementation of the National Development Plan. In addition, the National Development Plan will highlight the importance of working in partnerships, and the Commission will have an important role to play in facilitating partnerships across sectors. Finally, as we know, the Commission will continue to play a role in advising government on how to implement the NDP, as well on broader planning and policy issues that have implication for the long-term development of the country. Thank you, Chair.
The next supplementary question is to be asked by the Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, for that response. Now, I think honourable members are aware that by and large, we all supported the National Development Plan when it was tabled, although the alliance partners of the ANC still do not support it. And there's another question related to that a little later on. And then we commended the work done by then Minister Trevor Manuel and the commissioners under him. Now, I think the question that has been put on the order paper through you, Honourable Chairperson, is the mandate of the new commissioners going to be different? And I would like to read into that, different to the extent that they will be allowed to monitor and evaluate the work that is being done by departments to ensure that the spirit and intention of the recommendations that they have made are being carried out by government departments. Because we attended a workshop recently, Honourable Chairperson, chaired by yourself under your wing, where some commissioners expressed concern that the implementation side by government departments was a matter of serious concern. Now, we shouldn't have self-monitoring. So the question is, will the new commissioners and the new commission be allowed to monitor what the departments do in that respect? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. May I say, Honourable Chair, that to you, Honourable Member, it's a concern for me to hear that there were concerns raised by commissioners who are supposed to implement the work which was done throughout the past 5 years. And just to share with you, it's that I think the responsibility and recommendations which are made in terms of implementation will have to be effected according to what is expected. So I don't think we can create a national development plan which then must be undermined by various departments. They have a responsibility, they have a role. It was created precisely to identify how do we move forward in changing the lives of our ordinary people as a country. So I become concerned already when we are still in a space where commissioners will have to be confirmed. Already they are expressing discomfort, because then you ask yourself, will they be able to execute their responsibility fully? And in my own view, I would urge whoever who's going to be the new commissioner, be confident enough to deliver and implement the mandate as they are required in terms of our own laws, because the NDP, as we all know, has been supported by almost everybody in South Africa, And that is why we're proceeding with the NDP without compromising on it, because we believe it's one of the blueprints which can change the lives of people in South Africa. Thank you.
The next supplementary question is to be asked by the Honorable Mutau.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Minister. You have gone to the heart of the problem that we have with the NDP. As you know, it has been a false start, despite the fact that this House and many millions of people in this country agreed that this is the way to go. The question and the problem is this. The mandate of the new commissioners, what authority, what powers will they have to actually do the kinds of things that you say, to execute their responsibilities fully? Because there seems to be the stumbling block. What authority will they have so that we can, for once and for all, have the NDP implemented?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Can I just indicate that powers given in the NDP and recommendation and the work which they're supposed to be done, I don't think it will be up to individuals. Those powers are defined in the NDP itself, but also what it does, it say what will be their responsibility. If the powers are such that they've got to oversee government, come up with mechanisms which will make sure that we unblock delivery, but we're able to advance the interest of our country, moving the economy forward, that's exactly what they will be expected to do. And that is why I'm saying it becomes a concern for me when we start having people who have not even started their responsibilities, already they anticipate obstacles. I believe if you accept any responsibility, especially in the nature of the NDP commissioners, we expect them to execute their responsibilities without favor, because that's what they're expected to do. So if you say there are obstacles, my concern is that I'm not aware. What are the obstacles which already they've encountered for them to execute their responsibilities as per the NDP, the outcome and the recommendations from the previous commissioners? So I would not be able to articulate what is it that makes them, maybe you understand, but I'm not aware so far that there are difficulties already when they have not even started, which will make them not to be effective. The intention of government, the intention of coming up with a plan, it's to make sure that we move to 2030 being a different country, having attended in halving poverty, having addressed issues of illiteracy, having addressed the skilling of our people in South Africa, especially the young ones. So I would not imagine that when we want to achieve that, we'd have a situation whereby already we start creating hurdles for people in implementing their responsibilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question is to be asked by the Honorable Matiase.
House Chair, the follow-up question from the economic freedom fighters is that on the basis of the NDP target of 5% economic growth, which is unrealizable, to increase employment to 24 million, as per the per capita income from 50,000 to 120,000, and to increase the share of national income of the bottom 40% from 6% to 10%. The question to you and to the minister and the government of the ANC is, now that we are clear that 5% will not be achieved in the next 10 years, can we take it that the NDP is a failed? Can we get an answer for this question?
Well,
the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Well, in any situation, you'll always have prophet of dooms. This is a plan which was conceptualized not by the ANC government alone, but it had support of various people of South Africa, various sectors of our country, including young people, and the projection was clearly defined in a way that it's scientific in taking us forward. So we are confident as the ANC government that the projection we've set ourselves, the 2030 vision, which is outlining and informing various programs, various departments in making sure that we change South Africa, we are confident that we're going to achieve the 5% by that time. So I'm just saying to you, with all the challenges, the reason of coming up with the plan was really to come up with a projection and a clear vision and a clear economic plan of growing our economy. And we are mindful that there are current challenges economically, but also we think that we're going to weather the storm in shaping and changing South Africa and the lives of our people.
The next question, number 352, has been asked by the Honorable Bengu to the Minister
House Chair,
of Women in the Presidency. Yes, Honorable Member.
I rise on a point of order.
What is the point of order?
Can the Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Susan Shabangu, attend to the specific figures that you're providing? And she must answer, and this is the concern we have raised in the
honorable member.
That this problem of members of the executive failing to give quality answers.
Honorable member.
It's a problem because it undermines the effort that we put in the questions that we put to them.
Thank you, honorable member.
Can she please answer to the question in full?
No, honorable member, the minister has responded to the primary question that is there. Yours is a supplementary that requested additional information that is there. And I'm sure that can be part of a new question that you can put to the honorable minister. Honorable Shavambu, I'm sorry.
Chairperson, Honorable Matias is saying that it's pure illiteracy to could say that they're going to achieve 5% growth. Where do you get that from?
Are you now answering on behalf of the minister,
no, like
Honorable Shavambu?
It's confusion. I mean, how can you say you're going to achieve, you're having negative growth now, and all indications are pointing to the fact that the economy is not going to grow because
Honorable Shavambu, we've dealt with the question.
And mediocre answers here.
We've dealt with the question. We are now ready to move on to question 352, the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Hope that the governments in waiting will be able to give answers according to them. Chairperson, the realignment and reconfiguration of the Department of Women has necessitated cohesion between the various deliverables and an integrated approach to addressing violence against women. In this regard, the department has discontinued the development of a national strategic plan on gender-based violence. The department has instead aligned itself with the integrated program of action to address violence against women and children, which is a program of 2013-2018, where we have a specific role to play. Thank you, Chairperson.
Is there a follow-up question? The Honorable Bengu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, thanks for the response. For the purpose of providing more clarity to me and this House, can the Minister outline those specific roles of the Department of Women in the Presidency as published by the Department of Social Development, and whether there is anything we can do as members of the public to complement your work and that of these departments? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Part of our responsibility is to participate in the Interministerial Committee, in the IMC, which is constituted by Social Development, Justice and Constitutional Development and Corrections, Home Affairs, Police, Basic Education, and yeah, those are the IMC. That's the IMC which we'll be working with in making sure that we address issues like prevention of violence against women and children, respond in an integrated and coordinated manner by ensuring comprehensive packages of services to affected women, ensure of long-term support and rehabilitation center, but also playing an advocacy role in ensuring that the integrated program of action of addressing violence against women and children does happen. So far, we're also taking undertaking outreach awareness programs and having dialogues in different communities as part of our intervention plan. And we'll continue to carry out various campaigns in making sure that this program of action becomes a success. Thank you, Chair.
The Honourable Van der Merwe.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, I don't think our country has got a shortage of plans, but we normally fall short with implementation due to a lack of financial resources and also political will. And in the case with this new plan that has been tabled, this overarching integrated plan of action tabled by Social Development again has no mention of a budget. Have you found that the various departments have made financial provision for this plan? And considering that this plan runs from 2013 to 2018, various targets should now have been met. What has been the progress so far?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Can I say that if you look at the budgets of various government departments, you will find that within their line functions, they have budgeted for various issues which have direct bearing on them. So if you look at the police, for instance, those are some of the issues which you've got to look at. How are they budgeting and capacitating themselves? And they have a program which deals with that, including contact crimes. And part of the process will also to make sure, not just about budgeting, but the facilities available, improving the services to the various communities and making sure that at the end of the day, we are able to reduce violence against women and children. But I can also indicate, as a department, we'll be going on a countrywide national dialogues. And when I'm talking about national dialogues, I'm not talking about calling communities to Pretoria. It's from November, we'll be moving to different provinces, really reaching out to almost all communities in really saying how best can we improve services, but also identify the gaps, because it's good enough to have a budget, but what informs that budget? So part of the process would to really say, where do we need to focus and concentrate in addressing violence against women and children? So that's part of a program of making sure that the IMC becomes effective, but also there's not just money, because there can be money, but if that money is not properly focused, then it's just going to be a useless exercise in addressing the real challenges which are faced by women and children. Thank you, Chair.
The Honourable Madisha.
Sorry, Chairperson, I pressed the wrong button. It's Honourable Majek. Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, according to the recently released report on the status of women in our country, one of the most vulnerable people are the rural girl child and rural women. What is your departmental plan to dovetail the implementation of the relevant policies and programs addressing gender-based violence to the municipalities in order to ensure that you reach out to the deep rural areas, whilst your department continue providing regular support, advocacy, lobby, monitoring, and evaluation? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Part of what we'll be doing is, as I've indicated, we intend to go to the rural areas and making sure that we reach out to the young girls. I'm mindful that over time, we end up in the cities and really don't go out to reach out to young girls, and not only young girls, also women in the rural areas. So part of our awareness campaign and programs is to really go and address the issues which are affecting them, being able to come back and come up with a clear approach as government, and making sure that the weaknesses which prevail, especially when it comes to rural people, are being addressed. For instance, access to services, access to health, and some of the issues which might be difficult to deal with in some areas which we've discovered, but we'll have to come and make recommendations and find a way that indeed it's not only urban areas which are addressed, but it's also making sure that decent life don't end up in the city, but it does really meet all the corners of South Africa, because that's the only way we can talk about an equal society where the rural people can also feel confident and feel to be part of this country. Thank you.
The Honourable Robinson. The Honourable Robinson.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Minister, both your department and that of social development have highlighted the need for greater cooperation between your ministry and those of SAPS and Justice. And you've also just spoken about the integration that is going to help. And yet we have this dreadful situation that perpetrators of violence and abuse, femicide, get away with it all the time. Independent research released this week by Joy Watson shows that only an 8.7% of successful convictions take place. 62,649 cases were reported in 2013 and 14, but only 5,484 cases have resulted in conviction. 8.7%, which is an utter disgrace and a shame. So, Madam Minister, I feel that your department is failing women and girls. We need to show political
Honourable
will
Member, your
so that
time is
action
now
can
expired.
take place. What can you do in your integration? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Madam Robinson. Honourable Madam Robinson. I just want to indicate to you...
Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Chairperson, the Minister knows well that when we refer to each other, we call each other honourable. There's no madams in this house.
Honourable Minister, let's stick to the Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I thought we were both madams because she started.
Let's stick to Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just to indicate that the statistics you're referring to, I'm not aware of. It would have been nice to share those statistics with me because those are not the only ones. But also to say, we have not failed the people of South Africa, especially the women. On Friday, this coming Friday, together with the Deputy President of this country, when you talk about the issue of perpetrators, SANAC men and all organizations which are constituted by men will be gathered having a round table precisely to deal with the issue of gender-based violence in our society. Because part of it, you can't, as I've indicated in the past, you can't only engage survivors and victims. So the integration of society, making sure that both men and women take responsibility. We are on track. We have various programs, and I must say that we are succeeding. And we also have to understand the history of violence in this country. It's deeply, deeply rooted, and it has various factors to it. And we can't, therefore, just think that it's going to be an event to deal with it. We've got to have a multi-pronged approach in addressing the serious problem of violence against women. It's cultural, it's patriarchy, which we still talk about in our society. That on its own tells you the battle which we'll have to continue fighting. But what I know, I am not deterred. I know that we're moving in the right direction. Also, our August month, the mere fact of that we've seen various organizations raising the issue and making sure that they understand their rights as women and seeing the support of men. So we might still be having challenges, but we are on the right track. The 8%, I don't know what informs
Honourable
it.
Minister, your time is now expired.
We are on track. Thank you, Chair.
Question number 338 has been asked by the Honourable Banga to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable House Chair, thank you very much. It is not the mandate of the Ministry of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to formulate policy on this matter. This mandate lies with the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. We will be informed by the communal land policy being formulated by the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform and any legislation giving effect to that policy. Thank you.
Is there a follow-up question, the Honourable Banga?
Thank you, Chair. The current Framework Act allows for the legislation to provide a role to traditional leaders in, amongst other things, land allocation. Will your department's new bill expand the executive role given to traditional leaders, and if so, what accountability mechanism will accompany this expanded role?
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Chair, I'm not sure which piece of legislation or which bill the Honourable Member is referring to. As I've indicated, this is a matter that lies squarely within the mandate of the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. We are participating in those processes. We have a real interest in those matters. They are of concern to the functioning of municipalities. They're of vital concern to many, many communities throughout the country, but it's not our mandate.
The Honourable Machobeni.
Thank you, Speaker. The Constitutional Court made a ruling last week on a matter between the Bakhatlaba Gafela Tribal Authority and Chief Nyalala Mulife John Pilan, the Rural Development and Land Reform Minister and the Department's Director General. This was after the Traditional Council and the Department refused to register a communal property association that the community wanted. This was because the government is insisting on giving more powers to traditional leaders on land in communal areas. What implications will this ruling have on the authority given to chiefs by your government? I thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
No, House Chairperson, thank you very much. We are very much aware of that judgment. We have it here. We are studying it. But again, the question is whether the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has a certain policy position. We've indicated that is not our mandate. That is a mandate of the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform. He is in the House. I've conferred with him a short while ago. He's indicated that he would be more than happy to entertain any written questions on this matter at a subsequent question session. Thank you.
You see, Honourable Member, why are you rising?
Chair. No, Chair, ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi uMinister uDeputy Minister uyini umsebenzi wakho. Umbuzo wesine lo uthi akana mandate yokuphendula anything. Ngathi ukandini la iphendulayo la uzofuna nini?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now, Honourable Members, order, Honourable Members. Order, Honourable Members. Order. I think this is important also for the Questions Office, that we ensure that the questions must be directed to the minister involved. That's under the portfolio of that minister. It's unfortunate that this question was not indicated to the member asking the question that the question should have been directed to the Honourable Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform, so that, and that's the purpose of the question session, so that we can get a proper response to that. The Honourable Member involved, of course, can still ask the same question to the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform. Honourable Members, you still want to ask another supplementary and risk the same response?
Thank you, House Chair. Chairperson, it strikes me that the Deputy Minister for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is abrogating his responsibility over traditional leadership to rural development and land reform than the Minister thereof. However, in light of the recent judgment by the Eastern Cape High Court confirming the Kala Reserve community's right to elect their own headman, how will the Minister ensure the democratization of traditional leadership in order to bring about security of tenure, including the issue of title deeds?
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable Milam, we are not abrogating our responsibility. We understand the Constitution very well. We understand our mandate. We also understand what the strategy is behind this question. No, honourable members, we will not be divided. We will not usurp other departments' mandates. Sorry, we have been around the political bloc just one time too many to fall into that trap. Honourable members, we are a nation that is governed by a constitution that sets out very clear democratic values. It is also a constitution that sets out and respects the clear role for traditional leaders. We are in constant engagement with the national and the provincial houses of traditional leaders. We have established joint working groups with the National House to explore exactly the role of traditional leadership within a democratic society, within the ambit of democratic local government, what role traditional leaders have to play. As we embark in those discussions, we are also in constant contact with our colleagues in rural development and land reform, who are major stakeholders in that discussion. So I hope that answers the question to your satisfaction, Honourable Member. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the time allocated for questions have expired. All outstanding replies received will be printed in Hansard. We now come to notices of motion. Does any member wish to give notice of a motion? Honourable member at the back.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the socio-economic impact of alcohol, drugs and substance abuse in our communities and on local development and the solution thereto. I so move.
Honourable member to my left.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates
Order,
the
honourable
status
members.
and pace of transformation in this forestry sector. Thank you.
The honourable member of the IFP.
Honourable House Chairperson, on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the House debate the continual displacement of hostel residents in Gauteng, some of whom have been living in temporary accommodation for over 10 years now. The documentary effect has been on these residents and their families, and the immediate remedies that can be put in place in order to rectify this situation. I so move.
Yeah. Yes, Honourable Mwabe. No, Honourable Member at the back there. Sorry. Yes, go ahead, Honourable Member. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I shall move for the next sitting of this House that the House debate the implications of Cabinet proposed legislation on the face of its purpose to be attracting of investments by providing a clear and certain investment framework, which is vital for foreign direct investment. Whilst, however, the underlying motivation remains more focused on protecting the government's sovereign rights, rather than the rights of the investors and the potential harm that legislation of this kind may cause to foreign direct investment in South Africa. I thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member, come back to you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the use of private Gupta jets for official state visits. I thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member. No.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that in its next sitting, the House debates the establishment of a state construction company to reduce the over-reliance of tenders and the use of consultants to deal with the 1.5 million urban housing backlog, which continue to grow by 78,000 units annually. I so move.
Honourable Kobaza.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates integrated funding of SMMEs to accelerate the creation of 11 million jobs in pursuit of the goals of the National Development Plan 2030. I thank you.
Honourable Member.
I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, House debates ways to mobilize the private sector and state-owned enterprises to support the small business and cooperative sector through the creation of incubators and working with enterprises in townships. Thank you.
Honourable Mbata. Mbata.
Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of economic freedom fighters that this House in its next sitting debates the need for government to stop renting buildings and create its own accommodation or state buildings.
Mhlongo, Honorable Mhlongo.
Pardon. I rise on behalf of the FF that in the next sitting, the House debates. Umsindo nina. Hey.
Honorable Member.
I rise on behalf of the FF that in its next sitting, the House debates the need to establish functional and well-resourced rehabilitation centers in each municipality as a start to deal with the plague of substance abuse, especially in the townships amongst the unemployed. I don't know whether you have taken these unwanted substances. You are making noise.
Honorable Member, yes, at the back.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of United Democratic Movement that the House in its next sitting debate the escalation of violence in schools, children that are raped and stabbed on their way to school, the relevant mechanism to foster a sustainable culture of learning, teaching, and make education attractive to all stakeholders. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable Member. Yes, go ahead, Honorable Member.
I hereby move on behalf of African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debate empowerment community structures and forums in order to prevent illegal land evasion. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable Nkomo. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the House debates the growing persecution and murder of people with albinism in South Africa, the urgent necessity for this government to roll out a national education campaign denouncing the myths relating to albinism in light of the high number of albino-related deaths in Central Africa and East Africa, and the steps immediately implementable to prevent such atrocities from gaining further traction in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the need for a legislation that will force government departments, in particular hospitals, schools, and prisons, to procure all food consumables from smallholder farmers. I so.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member. I'll come to you at the back there. I'll come to you at the back there.
Well, okay. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at the next sitting of this Honorable House, the members deliberate on the issue of the lack of tangible transformation at hostels across the country, from living quarters designed for single-gender living to meet the labor need of big mining companies and other industries, to places that are welcoming and suitable for accommodating family life. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the nationalization of strategic sectors and the commanding heights of the economy to realize the Freedom Charter as we celebrate 6 years of the Charter. I so move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates the implementation of measures to reduce high bank fees and charges on consumers and businesses. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member, at the back. At the back. At the back. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the incapacity of municipalities to address aging infrastructure as well as the cost of continual replacement of water infrastructure. I so move.
Thank you. The member next to you. Yes.
I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the alarming trend of theft and damage of infrastructure, such as copper cables and pipes, and pumps that has directly cost South Africa more than 265 million, with indirect costs coming close to 5 billion.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that in its next sitting, the House debates the need to reclaim the African personality dispossessed by colonialism and apartheid, which led to the tearing apart of the African moral fiber at the center of the reclamation process, the need for the expropriation of the land and the wealth of this country as real and symbolic representation of the African human dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we move any further, honorable members, I'm told to acknowledge the delegation of a multi-party Amahlati local council municipality, led by its chairperson of the multi-party women's caucus. Welcome, honorable members, honorable guests. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the need to move towards a zero waste as an effective strategy to combat climate change. I so move.
Honorable members, we move to motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? Yes, Honorable Mandela.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House welcomes the honoring of the late Dala Oma by the University of the Western Cape when it renamed its Community Law Center the Dala Oma Institute for Constitutional Law, Governance, and Human Rights on Thursday, the 20th of August 2015, recalls that Dala Oma founded the Community Law Center in 1990, and the center was thrust into the center of the negotiations for a democratic South Africa. Recognizes that Dala Oma made an inextricable intellectual link when the university and the community, acknowledges that it is therefore fitting to rename the Community Law Center in recognition of the tremendous contribution Dala Oma made in the liberation of our country and the development of our constitution and the transformation of our legal and judicial system, and congratulates UWC for the preservation of the legacy of Dala Oma, as well as ensuring that generations and generations to come benefit from the wealth of knowledge that Dala Oma left behind. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker?
Yeah.
We thought it's only the appraised and we cannot read. Even the youngest cannot. On the basis of struggling, we of the EFF rise to object the motion.
Okay, the motion falls. Honorable Nabe.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that this House notes that the National Student Movement in NASMO has won the SRC elections at Durban University of Technology, Pietermaritzburg campus, in a highly contested elections with South African Student Congress, SASCO. And also notes that NASMO is a student wing of the National Freedom Party. Note further that by electing NASMO into the SRC, the students of DUT have sent a strong signal that they are tired of the corruption and poor leadership which is prevalent in SRCs controlled by SASCO, and unequivocally express their wish for transparent and accountable student governance. Wherefore, we call upon this House to congratulate the National Student Movement on their victory at DUT campus, Maritzburg campus, and wish NASMO all the best in the upcoming SRC election at other institutions of higher learning across the country. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We object.
Okay, Honorable Member. Yes. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House note the quarterly report by SARS on the quarterly tax revenue collection. Notes that SARS missed the quarterly target by more than 2 million. Acknowledges that, again, it was personal income tax from badly paid employees on top of their increasing taxes they have to deal with increasing school fees, petrol prices, electricity pricings, illegal tolling of national roads, irregular and wasteful and fruitless expenditure that was to be used to cover the gap, otherwise it would have been worse. Recognize the need for an urgent legislation, an act of parliament to make tax avoidance illegal so as to collect much needed revenue to fill social obligations such as the people cannot wait for 2030 for free quality health and education. Call for an investigation as to why, despite evidence admitted under oath during the Falam Commission, has Lonmin not paid the 1.2 billion tax diverted to Shell company Bermuda under the pretense of marketing commissions. Send a strong warning to all multinational corporations to stop illicit financial flows practices, especially through transfer pricing. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
ANC objects.
Yes, Honorable Member at the back. You, yes, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party that the House notes that a small aircraft crashed yesterday near Winkelspruit, south of Durban, claiming the lives of 2 men. Further notes that this crash happened as a result of an attempt to make an emergency landing after the engine of the aeroplane failed. Extends its deepest condolences to the families of the men who lost their lives in the tragic crash. Further acknowledges that the aircraft has been confirmed as one belonging to the Durban Aviation Center, which is a flight school which student pilots often use to practice. Calls for a further investigation to the cause of the crash, as little information is available as to what exactly caused the crash. I so move. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable Member.
Wait,
yes,
we do not
yes,
agree.
Honorable Member.
We are sending condolences, but we are objecting.
Okay, the motion falls away.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to rise on a point of order.
Yes, go ahead, Honorable.
Deputy Speaker, when you give a ruling, you ask whether there's any objections, and you did quite clearly say no objections after you looked around. Now, there can't be an afterthought on objections, and I ask you to reconsider this matter very, very carefully, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Okay, yes. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that South African mining industry accounts for about 18% of our nation's gross domestic product. Also notes that the industry attracts 1.9 trillion rand in foreign savings. That is about 43% of the value of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Further notes that the industry sustains 1 million jobs, acknowledges the essential role mining plays in driving and growing our economy, also acknowledges the hard work and commitment of the million men and women who work on our nation's mines. Further acknowledges the challenges and labor disputes many mine workers have faced over the past few years, and thanks our mine workers for being the bedrock of the industry that is driving our economy. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Yes, Honorable.
The EFF objects.
Yeah. Yes, Honorable C.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice that the House congratulates South African golf champion Ernie Els, who was named the recipient, listen, who was named the recipient of the 2015 Payne Stewart Award announced last Wednesday, the 19th of August 2015, notes that Mr. Els is receiving this award because of his tireless work for autism awareness and research, combined with his impeccable record as a golf role model. Acknowledges the award serves to carry on the legacy of Payne Stewart by rewarding players who embody the values of character, charity, and sportsmanship, and has become a symbol of overall greatness in professional golf and something every player strives to earn. Further acknowledges that Ernie and his wife Lizelle launched the Els for Autism Foundation with the goal of funding the Els Autism Center of Excellence, the first of its kind in the world, which is the reason he is receiving this award. And lastly, encourages all the great icons of this country to continue on leading by example and the shining light of this country, make the light of this country brighter. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, we object.
Yeah, okay. Yes, oh, sorry, yes, let's come. Honorable member.
Deputy Speaker,
This honorable member is speaking, yes?
Deputy Speaker, may I address you, please?
Yes, honorable member.
I just wanted to say that we from the IFP, we support that motion and we would like to call for a division.
It's not provided for, no. Not on motions without notice, it's not provided for. Yes.
The Deputy Speaker, we're going to welcome the division with both hands. We can ring the bell.
Take your seat.
We don't have a problem.
Go ahead.
I move on behalf of the ANC without notice that the House congratulates President Ian Khama for being elected the Southern African Development Community Chair at the 35th Summit of Heads of States and Government held in Gaborone on August the 17th and 18th. Notes that this was after the Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe handed over the one-year chairmanship to President Khama. Further notes that the summit in Gaborone was held under the theme Accelerating Industrialization of SADC Economies through Transformation of Natural Endowment and Improved Human Capital. Trust that President Khama will successfully lead and assist the region in its aim to achieve development, peace and security, and economic growth to alleviate poverty, enhance the standard and quality of life of the people of Southern Africa, and wish him well in his new position. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, Ian Khama is an agent of imperialism. We therefore object.
Honorable member, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes the tremendous contribution made to our country by health professionals working in emergency medical services, or EMS. Also notes that many EMS professionals are poorly resourced and have to work under dangerous conditions within broken health systems. Calls upon the Minister of Health and all MECs of health to redouble efforts to ensure that EMS staff are properly supported so that they can carry out their critical duties. Further calls on the Minister of Telecommunications and Postal Services to promptly establish fully functional 112 emergency centers across our country, and recognizes the courageous work of EMS professionals who often put their own lives at risk to save the lives of others. Assemble.
Thank you very much. If there are no objections,
Honorable
I put the
Chair, we
motion.
appreciate the work of the emergency services workers, but we object to the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
The EFF move without notice that the House notes the report of the Public Protector titled Derailed on the matter involving the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, PRASA. Further notes that the report found that PRASA had allocated tenders to the value of 3 billion rand improperly and that amongst the beneficiaries of this corruption is the infamous Pulemabe, a member of this parliament, and an NEC member, acknowledges that the chief architect of all this corruption is another ANC deployee, the disgraced Lucky Montana, who disregarded every little bit of supply chain regulations when awarding contracts and basically treated the passenger rail agency as his personal spaza shop. Further acknowledges that the report recommends tough action against Lucky Montana. The implicating board members and officials were involved in this massive corruption, affirms the importance of the role of the public protector in ensuring that the public officials and politicians are held to account and use public resources in a responsible manner. Further affirms that this role of the office of the public protector must be protected at all times, and that the abuse she suffered as a result of her investigation of the Nkandla corruption opens here up to abuse by the likes of Montana, and has the potential of diminishing the importance of her work in the eyes of the public. Calls on corruption ANC people to refrain from hailing insult and casting aspersions on the person and office of the public protector. I so move.
Yes, honorable member.
We object. Honorable Chair, the member calls Honorable Pulemabe. He's an honorable member of this parliament. He must be called to order.
Yes, honorable members, you all want to be called honorable members. Do the same with every member in the House. Honorable member, if there are no objections, I put the motion. Objection falls away. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The 6% sideshow does not appreciate mine workers or health workers, and I doubt that they will recognize people with disabilities, but I will read the motion anyway. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic...
What's your point of order, honorable member?
I think the member must sit down too.
Why?
Isn't that when I'm raising a point of order, I can't go on his feet, he must sit down.
I'll
I
wait
want
for
to talk.
the chairperson.
Honorable, yes.
Can you please ask him to sit down? I'm calling an order on him.
Yeah, talk, honorable member. He knows you'll sit down.
Sit. Yes. We're talking now, you must sit down. The member must read a motion without notice, without speaking about the EFF and its commitment.
No,
It's totally out of order to play like that.
Take your seat. You are out of order. Go ahead, honorable member.
Play like this.
They must object without making speeches.
No, honorable members, if you have any political objection, please don't abuse the point of order system, please.
Deputy Speaker, I rise on a point of order.
What's your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, in terms of Rule 37, when a member's on his feet speaking, the rest of the House must be quiet. But there's always a noise from the Shabin corner and on my right wing. But you do nothing about it, Speaker.
Order, honorable member. Order. Please take your seat, honorable member. Yes, we hear you. Take your seat. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that Spring Day or Casual Day will be on Friday, 4 September, the campaign that invites all fun-loving South Africans to dress differently for a day to raise funds and raise awareness for persons with disabilities. Further notes that the campaign consists of 300 participating NGOs, business, big and small, organizations, book clubs, youth groups, and South African citizens at large, and is a true testament to active citizen democratic action. Congratulates the campaign on marking its 21st year in existence and raising a record 28 million rand last year, which has supported a wide range of beneficiaries, including the National Council for Persons with Physical Disabilities, South African National Council for the Blind, the South African Federation for Mental Health, Autism South Africa, Down Syndrome South Africa, and the South African Disability Alliance, and urges all South Africans and members of all parties to participate in the campaign by purchasing their stickers for 10 Rand from participating outlets, including Edgar's, Jet, CNA, ABSA, Game, ShopRite, and Checkers, and participating NGOs. I so move.
Thank you, honorable member. Yes, honorable member. If there are no objections, I put the motion. Motion falls away. Yes, honorable member at the back.
Falls away.
Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby move on behalf of United Democratic Movement
Yes, you follow.
that the House notes that one of the few Sophia Town songbirds, Tandi Klassen 84, will receive the Icon Award at the Mbogodo Women in the Arts Awards next month. Further notes that Mama Klassen pioneered an all-female quartet, the Quad Sisters, and has performed with bands like the Gaieties and the Harlem Swing Stars. Recognizes that her career took off when she performed with Miriam Makeba, Dolly Ratebe, Dorothy Masuka, and Sophie Mcina. Applaud her for her momentous achievement in being awarded the Order of the Baobab in gold for her contribution to the art of music in 2006. Congratulates Mama Klassen for her contribution to South African music and her Icon Award. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We object, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Yes, honorable member. Order, honorable members. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Speaker. Just so much noise, it's hard to be heard. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, 1, notes that there are approximately 1 million South African women and men employed as domestic workers in this country. 2, also notes that the lives of these domestic workers are often hidden from public view and that not enough recognition and appreciation is shown to them. 3, acknowledges that in South Africa, domestic work is more than just a job. It is symbolic of a huge social inequality rooted in our segregated past. 4, acknowledges that for generations, women of all races and backgrounds, particularly black and colored South African women, have cared for other people's children and homes, almost always at the expense of their own households and families. 5, further acknowledges that domestic workers still work in one of the most difficult sectors and many still don't earn anything close to what we would consider a living wage. 6, calls on South Africans to join hands in our bid to uphold the rights of domestic workers and to continue treating these workers with dignity and the respect that they deserve. And 7, calls on all political parties to thank domestic workers of this country for the important work that they do. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The domestic workers knows who their true representatives and spokespersons are. And they regularly get visits from the EFF.
Honorable member.
And they know that the DA is a hypocrite of the West Order. So the EFF object to this move.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable
On a
member.
point of order, can we please stop the preambles to whether they're objecting or not? It's either a yes or a no, but the preambles, it's not necessary.
You are right, honorable member.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker. On a
Yes.
point of order.
What's the point of order?
We cannot be told by smaller parties in this House on what to say. We are mandated here, Deputy Speaker, by more than 1.1 million people. So whether we say it, you know, in many words or not, but the fact is,
Order,
we
honorable
object.
member. Order, honorable member.
Honorable
Please take your
Speaker,
seat.
then the assumption is that the smaller parties are not mandated by anyone to be here.
Exactly.
So it means we are operating as free agents.
Yeah, order, honorable members. Yeah.
It's a stupid comment.
Right.
Order.
No, order, honorable members. Don't get involved in that thing. You can take your seat.
Ngeke Speaker. Kwaqale kwashaya abantu besifazane la. Manje le member it is a better.
Samshaye.
It is a better.
Right.
Bese uthi singayingeni lonto. Ah, Speaker.
Right.
Akwazi kuba njalo.
Right.
Umember le I withdraw ukuthi izoshaya enye member.
Call phansi, honorable member.
Yeah, I withdraw imember. Ngoba le ishoyo phela thina siyawazi ukuyenza. Ingakhulumi ngoyibona ama camera.
Suyenza leyo nto kawuhlale phansi, honorable member.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Honorable members, there are members who would like to put across their motions without
I'm
notice.
right there. Uthi uzombetha ngengqondo not ngamanqindi.
Honorable member, you didn't ask for an interpreter, please, ma'am. Please go ahead, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
What's your point, honorable member?
There is a point of order called on the Chief Whip of the UDM. Can you please make a ruling on that point of order? Don't ignore the points of orders that we're making. You have not even said what should happen.
Yeah.
There's a point of order that says that he must withdraw his threat with physical violence of a female member of this parliament. So can you please make a ruling on that, because we have raised a point of order, and that point of order is within the rules of this parliament. Please take a ruling.
Take your seat, honorable member. Honorable Kwankwa, tell me what you said.
It turns I'm better ngayingqondo ayingezandla.
Honorable member, in the event of a problem with that issue, I can't rule on that matter. In that way, there's no problem. Otherwise, if we'll, no, hold on. Just take your seat, let me finish what I'm saying. Take your seat, let me finish what I'm saying. The allegations are serious. We will look at the Hansard and we'll make a ruling on that matter. If we find that to have happened, we will take action on that matter, yeah. Take your seat.
Deputy Speaker, it's
Yes.
serious le ndaba esiyikhuluma. Ngoba once uyivumela iqhubeke, kushuthi ngeke usakwazi ukuyivima. Imember uyishilo la nawe uyizwile lento ukuthi ayizwanga.
Deputy Speaker, can we save each other's time? Hlekazi wami, sit down. It was meant as a joke. I'm withdrawing it. Can we move on, please?
Instructions wena. Sumnikeza ama instructions wena ubani wena?
Honorable member, take your seat. The matter is done. Yeah, okay.
But this guy must not do this.
Go ahead, Honorable C.
Chair, thank you very much for recognizing. I rise on a point of order. And I'm rising for you to make a ruling in terms of the rules of this House and the Constitution of this country to recognize that any member of this House has the right to hear and be heard and express himself or herself in any manner whatsoever. And nobody has the right to deny that right of that individual. So when my whip stood up and made a point of order for you to make a ruling, Chair, she was within her rights in terms of the rules and the Constitution. Thank you.
There's no debate about that. Absolutely, yeah. There's no debate, yeah. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise. The ANC support the motion of the domestic workers of DA. There's no need. Can I raise for my motion now?
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Can you make a reflection on what the Honorable Member just said? You have ruled on the motion that has been objected. Now, I don't know why you entertain a very irresponsible statement by the member. Can you please rule on that?
No. Take your seat, Honorable Member. Take your seat. Honorable members, you know that when motions have been objected to, they don't pass. What's the problem? If there are no...
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order,
Yes.
like there's a process which we're engaged in here.
You are interrupting it.
And then that acting...
No, you are interrupting it, Honorable Member, and I'm about to follow it. I plead with you to take your seat.
Yeah, you must address that member who is being frivolous in terms of what we're busy.
Yeah, in fact,
We do not want playful games here.
Honorable Member, can you take your seat, man? Take your seat, Honorable Member. Honorable Nkomo?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the IFP that the House notes that a company called Business Partners has announced a new fund of 250 million rands for women entrepreneurs during its annual Women's Month seminar held in Cape Town recently. We further note that while women make up 52% of the population, only 6.2% of women are in entrepreneurial and only 4% of listed companies on the JSE have female CEOs. We further acknowledge the fund will offer finance between the value of 500,000 and 50 million rands per investment over a 5-year financial period. We further acknowledge that the fund seeks to afford South African women a fair and equal opportunity to start, expand, or purchase an existing business. And then we convey our gratitude for business partners for this laudable initiative, which will serve to empower many women in years to come, and call on big business to take note of this project and to initiate similar projects where possible. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Object.
Yes, honorable member. The honorable member at the back there.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the NFP, I move without notice that this honorable House knows that the accomplished University of Zulu-Natal, of Zululand, UNEZulu choir is getting ready to take on the world, with 15 members of the choir set to tour America next month, departing from South Africa on the 3rd of September. And also note that the 20-day tour, which will see the choir touring various American states, will culminate in the choir performing at the White House on September 20, where it is expected that President Barack Obama will be in attendance during that performance. And further notes that the tour came about as a result of the University of Zululand's partnership with Appalachian State University based in North Carolina, and which partnership has been ongoing for the past 20 years, resulting in several cross-cultural exchanges between the universities. Finally notes that the choir, which is being led by Choir Master Pegani Buthelezi, who holds a master's degree in choir conducting, would get a chance to take master classes with lecturers of the Appalachian University who have worked with the likes of Hugh Masekela and Abdullah Ibrahim, amongst others. Wherefore, we call upon this honorable House to wish Choir Master Pegani Buthelezi and choristers of the University of Zululand Choir a safe and fruitful journey to the SA, and urge them to be good ambassadors for our country whilst they are abroad. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We wish them well, but the EFF object.
Yes. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, 1, notes the important contributions
Order, honorable members, order.
that our country's farm workers make to our agriculture sector and the economy at large. 2, also notes that farm workers are often exploited and that the plight of farm workers is often ignored. 3, acknowledges that the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and the Foundation for Human Rights have launched the Farm Worker and Farm Dweller Rights National Strategic Engagement. 4, also acknowledges that this program will be rolled out across all 9 provinces to ensure that farm workers are aware of their rights as enshrined in the Constitution. 5, remains committed to fighting for the protection of farm workers' rights. 6, thanks the Foundation for Human Rights for their initiative and relentless fight in ensuring that all farm workers are made aware of their rights. 7, also thanks the countless men and women who work on our nation's farms as their efforts contribute to our stable food security. I so move. Thanks.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Honorable Speaker, we object the motion because it's pure hypocrisy. We object.
Yes, Honorable Filtani at the back. Yeah, you'll come there. Oh, yeah, okay. You are next. Sorry.
Do I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I move without notice on behalf of the UDM that the House notes the outstanding work done by 57-year-old Mzika Zendei in improving the health situation of our poor citizens in Great Kai, Amahlati, and Pedi in the Eastern Cape. Further notes that her unwavering commitment to serve the people has not gone unnoticed by society. recognizes that if our public service were to emulate her, our people could be guaranteed a better life. Further comments and congratulates her outstanding commitment and achievements. I so move.
If there are no objection, I put the motion.
The FF objects.
Honorable Ranto.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that Orlando Pirates beat Congo AC Leopards 2-0 on Saturday night, 22 August 2015. Two, further notes that the mighty Buccaneers have booked their place in the semi-finals of the CAF for the Confederation Cup for the first time in the club's history. Congratulates Pirates for the brilliant football and an excellent display of skills during this match. 4, believes that with the kind of spirit, motivation, and discipline, the Buccaneers will no doubt bring the trophy home. 5, wishes them more success in the remaining games and calls all sport-loving South Africans to rally behind Orlando Pirates. Amabagabag.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We congratulate and wish Mapagabaga well, but we object.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the IFP that this House notes that the South African athlete Wade van Niekerk has won a gold medal a short while ago in the men's 400 meters at the World Athletics Championships in Beijing. Further notes that the 23-year-old van Niekerk made waves in World Athletics when he ran the 200 meters in under 20 seconds at the European Athletics Classic meeting in Switzerland. Acknowledges that the Cape Town-born van Niekerk made his debut at the 2010 World Championships and has since gone from strength to strength. Congratulates van Niekerk on his great achievement and for being an exceptional young South African ambassador, and we wish him well and much success and many more gold medals in his career ahead. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Oh, we object. Thank you.
Yes, honorable.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House congratulates the newly elected chair of SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation, President Philip Jacinto Nyusi of the Republic of Mozambique, at a SADC summit held in Gaborone on August 17 and 18. Notes that this was after President Jacob Zuma handed over the position of chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation of the Republic of Mozambique. Further notes that South Africa took over the one-year tenure of the position from the Republic of Namibia in August 2014. At the last Southern African Development Community Summit held in Zimbabwe last year, trust that the new president will provide effective leadership in addressing threats to our regional stability, such as the risk of natural disasters, poverty, underdevelopment, insecurity, and instability, and wishes President Nyusi of the Republic of Mozambique a success in his new position. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We wish Frelimo well, however we object.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the NFP. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party
Member, yes.
that this House notes that a fire broke out in the boarding house at Ludo Restart School for the Deaf in the early hours of Monday, the 24th August
Order, honorable
2015.
members.
Kwenzenjani man?
Asazi akuqhubeke mfowethu.
While the residents were sleeping. And also note that 3 children died of smoke inhalation. And finally note that 13 children are receiving medical treatment as a result of fire. Wherefore, we call upon this House to convey its heartfelt condolences to the family and loved ones of the 3 children who died during the fire, and wish the 13 children who were injured a speedy recovery. I hope all South Africans with the spirit of Ubuntu will not reject this one. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Yes. Yes.
Object. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mhlongo. Let Mhlongo start. We will follow.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes a report by Statistician General on the second quarter of 1.3% GDP decline. To know that the President misled the nation 2 weeks ago when he called a press conference to pronounce the improvement of the economic growth. 3, acknowledge all evidence before us which clearly shows that South African economy is in much deeper crisis than what the government would like to admit, and it has been the case for a while now. 4, acknowledge that the crisis in the mining sector will continue to deepen as multinational corporations continue to close mines and cut jobs to save profit margins. 5, further acknowledges that it is estimated that more than 200,000 jobs will be lost in the mining sector in the next 3 years. Further note that the attempt by government to negotiate with steel industry stakeholders has failed dismally and more than 50,000 jobs will be lost immediately. We call for an increased public sector investment in manufacturing of durable and non-durable goods to stimulate domestic manufacturing. Again, we call on government not to downplay the impact, the crisis in the mining sector and dreadful economic situation, especially its consequences on downstream business and mining communities, and respond accordingly. I so move. You can object, but this is a reality.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The ANC objects.
Okay, yes, Honourable. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters without notice that the House notes the recent news reports that Mantuli, one of the many wives of President Zuma, president of the ANC, was kicked out of her family homestead by none other than Minister of State Security David Mahlobo. Yes, he who was at the forefront of jamming signals here in Parliament to protect Mr. Zuma. Further notes that Mantuli was chased out of Nkanta together with her kids by Minister Mahlobo after allegations of poisoning her husband, the president of ANC, Mr. Zuma. Acknowledges that this action by Minister Mahlobo is indicative of a culture of impunity that permits ANC thinking in general and the Zuma administration in particular, that a woman, a wife, and a mother could be easily chased into the street without any regards for her rights as a wife by a man who did not marry her and who has no relations to her is an indication of a country that has sunk to the despicable level of women abuse. Further acknowledges that President Zuma, by his non-interference on the matter, in complicit of the abuse of Mantuli by Mahlobo, that he actually did not have the balls himself to talk to Mantuli, but rather sent his ever-ready Minister of State Security to interfere in matters that should be discussed in the bedroom between Mr. Zuma and his wives. We condemn the abuse of women by those in positions of authority who think it's within their right to abuse women. We further call on President Zuma to be a man and go talk to his wives and children and bring them home. I so move.
Honourable Member, before I proceed, in terms of our agreed guidelines for motions without notice, which have been adopted as sessional orders by the House, a motion requiring a decision of the House must comply with the Constitution, the laws, the rules, particularly the rules of debate. The rules governing unparliamentary language are broadly framed in order to allow much freedom of speech for honourable members as possible. However, well-established practice also dictates that any statement or remark that impairs a member's dignity or affronts the person's honor must place a cap on freedom of speech. The remarks contained in this motion without notice may be regarded as offensive, as it is unparliamentary for a member to suggest in the manner that is being done here that another member lacks courage. It is further a firmly established practice that a member who wishes to impute improper, unworthy motives to another member of the House including members of the executive, must do so by way of a substantive motion supported by a prima facie. This motion is therefore out of order and will not be put to the House. Honorable members.
But Deputy Speaker.
What's your story, Honorable Member?
There's a principal matter which the EFF is raising about a president who uses
Honorable Member, Honorable Member,
his wife away.
No, don't do
That
that.
is pure abuse, and there's nothing wrong about the EFF saying that.
The contents, the language used in that
There's
motion.
nothing wrong about that.
The language
Point
used.
of order. Are you scared that the House is going to support that motion?
Point of
Put
order.
to the House, please.
Yes, Honorable.
Point of order.
Yes, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker,
Take your seat. Yes.
firstly, you've made a ruling which must be abided by all members, including somebody who calls himself a chief whip of this House. Secondly, as I recall, you have to rise on a point of order, which this honorable member has failed to do. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Honorable
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, I have dealt with this matter. I've made a ruling, and it's not going to be
Deputy
changed.
Speaker.
Yes.
We disagree with that ruling.
Point of order.
Honorable member.
Point of order.
Abused by a so-called
Point of order.
president here.
Point of order.
Why, Honorable,
Point of
Honorable
order.
Shivambo.
Deputy Speaker, point of order.
That motion must
Point
be
of
put
order,
here.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Shivambo, I name you.
Point of order,
Honorable
Deputy
Shimambo,
Speaker.
I name you, and as a result of that, sir, I expect you to leave the House.
Oh.
Yes.
For what?
I have told you repeatedly to keep quiet, and you're refusing to do so.
For
And
what?
thirdly, I told you not to proceed after the ruling I have made.
But leave the House for what?
Who gave you the right to speak as you are speaking there?
No, but leave the House for what?
Who authorized you to speak, Honorable Shivambo?
But, Deputy Speaker, that Deputy Minister there has been saying point of order when I'm here. I'm calling for your attention. Why am I leaving the House for? Which rule have I violated?
Honorable Member, I've made a ruling. If you refuse to obey, that's fine. You can take your seat.
Sure.
Point of
if
order,
you
Deputy
refuse,
Speaker.
we will follow this up immediately.
Point
Yes.
of order, Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order, Member?
My point of order, Deputy Speaker, is we have been told by you repeatedly that when a member has raised a point of order and is still standing, the other member cannot raise a point of order and still stand and still talk. Now, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Minister there stood and shouted repeatedly while the member was on the floor, and you did not say a word about that. I'm asking you, Deputy Speaker, I'm asking you to name her too, because she was reckless in shouting the way that she shouted.
Honorable Member, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I've made a ruling on this
Deputy
matter.
Speaker, may I address you?
Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, with regard to the motion that we have tabled in this House, we do not agree as the economic freedom fighters. We are fighting abuse of women and children, irrespective of their political affiliation,
Honorable Member.
race.
Honorable Member,
So we object to your ruling.
You cannot continue to
Deputy
argue
Speaker,
a matter
only
that I have
because the
ruled.
matter involves the president of this country, the man who gave you a job, the man who puts bread on your table.
Honorable
Now
Member.
you come here, you want to come and tell us that the motion cannot be before the House.
You are
the man
out of order.
abused the woman, and the man...
Chair,
Honorable Members, we are going to communicate this ruling that we have made in addition to other rulings that has been made before on this matter. The offensive language contained in that motion is extremely offensive and is objected to. I want to repeat that. I'm not going to read through a variety of this thing. And honorable members who have spoken on this matter, we will speak to you in the appropriate manner so that this thing does not happen again. Honorable Chief Whips, I also wish to draw your attention to the requirement for you to talk to each other to prevent the abuse that happens in the House by your members. And I would like us to insist that when that happens, we stop it. We must not allow the rules to be abused in this manner with impunity, and people think they can get away with it. It's inappropriate, and we do not accept it. No matter how strongly you feel about any matter, the language you use to communicate is inappropriate and is objectionable.
Deputy Speaker.
What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
I want to address that issue. You named our chief whip when that deputy minister spoke without being recognized by you, and you did not do anything about that.
Honorable
You can't be
Member.
selective in your ruling.
No, Honorable Member, don't do that. Don't even try that.
Point of order.
Honorable members.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mhlongo, yes.
No, point of order, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, with due respect, you know, I think it will be very wrong for this House when the things that talk to the conduct of our president affecting women of this country. There is a woman who's outside of the
Honorable Mhlongo, you can't be addressing that matter. I'm talking about the rules, about the language in the motions that you have put across. I'm not talking about your entire motion. I'm talking about the contents and the language that has been used in that
If you
motion.
respect that women
Take your
must be
seat,
protected,
Honorable Member.
irrespective
You're out of order.
Who has conducted or committed that thing?
Order.
That would be good.
Order. Honorable members, we want to proceed. Yes.
Deputy Speaker, I'm expecting you to make a ruling.
No,
There is an order.
honorable member, no. You can't.
Why
can't make a decision
I'm not
yourself.
making a decision. I'm
no,
asking
no,
you.
no, no, no. Can you
But
take
I'm
a seat,
asking you,
please?
no, wait, before I take a seat, I'm asking you.
I've requested you to take your seat.
So I'm
honorable
not allowed
member.
to speak to you now.
No, yes, you are no longer allowed to speak to me now. Yes, you can take your seat now. Thank you very much. You
So
have
what should
expressed
I
your
do
view.
now? What
You
should
have
I do because the work of Parliament allows me to speak? What should I do now?
Take
If
your
I'm
seat.
not allowed to speak.
No,
in this
take your
Parliament.
seat.
But I did not come here to see it.
Take your seat, honorable member. You have expressed yourself. Take your seat.
But can you please make a ruling on that issue?
Honorable members, are there any further motions without
Deputy
notice?
Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
No,
Thank
we're
you,
not going there,
Honorable
honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, can you please
Sorry,
recognize me?
I'm standing here to read a motion. Can you sit
Yeah,
down?
please, honorable member, please.
I rise on a
take your
point
seat.
of order.
She rose to read the motion there. Can you take your seat, please?
What to do here?
Take your seat, honorable member, please. Go ahead, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that on the 21st of August 2015, 48 South African firefighters returned home after fighting fires in Canada for a month. Also notes that the 48 men and women were part of the program Working on Fire. Further notes that the Working on Fire is a government initiative that was launched 12 years ago to lift disadvantaged people out of poverty and train them in firefighting. Acknowledges that the team were in northern Alberta, Canada, to assist with fires raging in Canada. Also acknowledges that our team worked alongside volunteer firefighters from Mexico, the US, Australia, and New Zealand. Further acknowledges the bravery and dedication of all firefighters in South Africa. Thanks these brave men and women who selfishly put themselves in harm's way to protect and serve. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
which country are you from, Shorty?
No.
We object the motion.
Honorable member, withdraw what you just said. Withdraw what you just called the honorable member. Do it now.
I withdraw Shorty.
Honorable member, that's contempt for the chair and the House. Absolute contempt for the chair and the House. Withdraw unconditionally.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I withdraw.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, honorable member.
I also put to you that the honourable member from the EFF cast aspersions on where the Honourable Van Dam is actually from. She said, which country are you from? And that's also got xenophobic connotations to it. Yes, it does, because that's how it all starts, quite frankly. And I would like you to ask her to withdraw that as well. It's got nothing to do where a person's from in this House. Nothing at all. Thank you.
If I may, before you make your ruling, sir.
On a point of order,
If I
Deputy
may
Speaker.
address you before you make your ruling, I would like to point out that that same member has been sitting there making foul hand signals to our honourable member and repeating the words you've just asked her to withdraw.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Yes, Honourable.
I rise on a point of order. I don't know why do you allow an honourable member to speak without being recognized. And once again, you fail to name her. On the basis of what do you allow her to speak? Now, I thought you are consistent in the application of rules of this House. But I beg to differ with you. I'm rising here to defend a member of the EFF. That she stood up and apologized on a caution that she made about the whereabouts and the origin of the member. And she has duly withdrew the remarks. So that's what we wanted to.
Honourable members, we've just read out
Honourable
here.
Speaker. Can I raise a point of order?
Yes, what's the point of order?
I want to make a proposal on the basis of the utterances of some of the members that they have stated throughout the course of the sitting today. I want to make a proposal that whilst you are looking at the Hansard, you must check all the utterances that have been said in the, especially by members of the EFF, which are derogatory, which are not even parliamentary. So I want you to refer those issues, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Chair, Speaker, I'm just wondering whether in the light of what is happening in this House, we have not made an absurd rule which says that all motions which are objected to in this House cannot stand because this is actually a usurpation of the role of the Chief Whip's Forum. These motions must be cleared in the Chief Whip's Forum and not in this House. So I propose that this rule that we are applying is making Parliament ungovernable, and therefore it must be referred back to the Rules Committee because we cannot proceed on this basis. Otherwise, this House is going to be a laughing stock and there will be no purpose in sitting in a house like that.
Okay. Honourable members, I just wish to remind you with regard to the last point that the honourable member is making, the matter is already receiving attention in the subcommittee of the rules, and so it's going to be attended to. Honourable members, we have received a withdrawal here. We are going to study the Hansard so that in considering all the matters that have been raised here, we deal with them. We have said so before that having ruled about inoffensive language, there is no basis for us to continue to do it, even in spite of doing that. There has to be a time where we arrive at a rational, reasonable acceptance of decency of dealing with each other here. And I think it is inappropriate for us to continue to expect to be told how to speak and what language to use and how we must use it. That can't be appropriate for people as ourselves as public representatives. Honorable Shivambo, I'm not going to recognize you because I've named you and you're not supposed to be in the House and you're refused, so you will not speak, sir, with respect. Yes. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fund. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to move without notice that the House notes the outcome of the independent inquiry conducted by the Vaal University of Technology on the allegations placed here before this House and to the university by an ANC-led organization called VUT SASCOM. Notes that the independent inquiry has completed its job and has actually established that there was no valid accusations in the allegations that were placed in the student in the Student Representative Council. Further notes that the matter was later opportunistically raised in Parliament by the ANC, clearly indicated collusion between SASCO and the ANC in the smear campaign conducted against the EFF leadership in the VUT campus. Acknowledges that the EFF has been exonerated and once again proving that we are much bigger and much higher than the ANC in its tricks in an effort to gain power at VUT. It is also clear that the minister in this instance took issue with it without even verifying it. Further acknowledges the work of the independent body that found that these claims were without any basis and once more prove that there was interference in the governance of VUT by the ANC government. Calls in the Minister of Higher Education, the struggle icon, Blade Nzimande, not to interfere with the governance of the universities and make sure that the student politics is outside his window as a minister. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Okay. Motion falls away. Yes, honorable member.
I rise without notice to move on behalf of the EFF that the House notes the march led by the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, the President of South Africa in waiting, Julius Malema, on the 21st of August, together with the residents of Tubatse to the Modikwa Platinum Mine to deliver a memorandum of grievances. Further notes that this march was attended by over 20,000 people and was a response to the cries expressed by the people of Tubatse that the mines were ignoring socio-economic development on areas in and around these mines, and to highlight the importance of mines being held responsible for socio-economic development, which they are bound to pay much attention to according to their license requirements, and to highlight the plight of communities in mining towns who are often neglected by the mining houses. Acknowledges that the Modikwa Platinum Mine is owned by none other than Patrice Motsepe, a well-renowned financier of the ruling party. This highlights that people who are closer to the ANC can firstly get as many economic opportunities as possible, and secondly, that they have no regard for the well-being of the people in and around areas where they make money. Further acknowledges that on the 17th of August, in preparation for this march, communities in Greater Tubatse Municipality peacefully gathered few kilometers away from the Cromax mine to discuss their planned march to local mines, including Modikwa Platinum Mine. But to our dismay, the security officer attached to Cromax mine by the surname of Mashabel shot our people with live ammunition, and 2 of the community members were wounded and admitted to the hospital. One of the community leaders is currently arrested. We view this as an attempt by the ANC and the mines in Tubatse to frustrate and divide our people so that ultimately their issues are not attended to. Calls on the mining bosses to get their act together and support development in communities where their businesses are located before it is too late. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Okay, motion falls away. Next. Yes, honorable member.
Ngiyabonga, Sekela Somlomo. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to move without notice that this House notes that police officers have one of the most dangerous jobs in our country. Further notes that statistics show that in the 2014-15 financial year, 35 on-duty and 51 off-duty police officers have been killed. Acknowledges that these numbers are unacceptably high and that every murder of a police officer is a tragic loss to a family and our country. Thanks the thousands of devoted, brave men and women of the South African Police Service who risk their own lives to protect and save others. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We're objecting.
Motion falls away. Any further motions without notice? None?
Speaker, Deputy
Yes.
Speaker,
Yes, honourable member.
if you allow us, we know that our rules do not make provision for what we're going to do. But we want to say it in all honesty. That is the ANC. We want to put it on record that we support that motion.
Honourable member, it's not in the rules, you're correct. The preambles and so on that are done in the House.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, honourable member?
All I'm asking from you is that can you be consistent with your ruling? The members of the ANC, they come here and they talk things that don't make sense, and you don't say anything to them. It's not allowed to talk, and then you don't say anything to them. But with us, you just come, honourable member, sit down. It can't work like that.
Honourable
It can't,
member.
Speaker, it can't. I'm still talking.
Honourable
Don't point to
member,
that guy. I'm
I
still
gave
talking
the
to you.
honourable member a chance to speak.
Yeah, but why
What are
did
you
give me a
objecting
chance
about?
to speak?
Sorry?
Matole spoke for about 5 minutes here. And was addressing you and you were quiet. Now when I'm speaking, you don't even allow me to finish.
Honourable member, please.
Honourable Matole, before you go to that part, he spoke for about 5 minutes and you were quiet.
I gave him a...
No, you didn't. You just pointing to Honourable...
No, honourable, you are
Don't
split.
do this, Speaker.
No.
No, we're asking you
There
nicely.
is no basis for your accusations, and I suggest you take your seat. Thank you very much.
That's what you do.
But order, Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order?
This is the third time that an ANC member stands to abuse the platform. It started with an honourable member who was sitting there. Now, the second one was Honourable Matole. This is the third honourable member of this parliament to stand up and abuse the same platform.
Honourable members, let me point out to you.
You had made a ruling before,
Yeah.
we would not be having this type of a situation.
Let me give you an
But you are very lenient when you deal with this type with the honourable member from the other side. Our honourable chief whip stood, and then you were quick to tell him that he must move out of the house.
Honourable member.
I think you should be very fair in application of your rulings, honourable deputy.
Honourable
Deputy
member.
Speaker.
You have been speaking on matters that you should indicate your objection or otherwise. I didn't stop you doing that. You have been doing that. It's members of the House who raise objections to that. I never said to you, stop it. Okay? You've been doing that. Speaking on matters, you should simply indicate your objection or otherwise. Now, you want me to stop people that I have recognized to speak on the grounds that they speak what you don't like. Really, this is not fair. It's not fair. Honourable members, in the absence of any further notices without motion, we move to, the Secretary will read the first order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on filling of a vacancy in Electoral Commission.
Honourable Machine.
After such a long time. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank
you. The Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs considered the report of the panel headed by the Chief Justice on the 19th of August 2015 for purpose of filling the vacancy created in the Electoral Commission by the resignation of Commissioner Ranette Taljar. Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Ranette Taljar for the contribution made during her tenure as a commissioner in the IEC. Members should remember that this panel referred to is established by the Electoral Commission Act to be responsible for the advertising, shortlisting, and interviews, and finally making recommendations to the National Assembly. The report we considered as referred earlier is a product of this process. The Deputy Speaker, note that when appointment to the Electoral Commission is made, the constitutional requirement that the race and gender must be broadly reflected should be considered. This is contained in Section 193, subsection 2 of the Constitution. At the present moment, only 4 vacancies are filled out of 5 positions. All 4 are black males. In considering the panel's report, the requirement of Section 193, subsection 2 of the Constitution came to the fore and attracted our attention. The committee then noted that we need to make the commission compliant with the Constitution. It was evident that this appointment should be used to address the race and the gender simultaneously. After this consideration, the committee realized that the recommended names had only one name that will fit the constitutional lacune. The committee then felt in its wisdom that one name does not provide adequate choice to make a considered recommendation. The committee therefore resolved to appreciate the men and women who were recommended, their outstanding qualifications, experiences, and the willing to serve. Deputy Speaker, due to the constitutional requirement, the committee then could not be able to make a recommendation to the House for purpose of filling this vacancy. The committee then resolved to recommend to the House that the President reinitiate the process. The committee agreed that there is no need for a debate on this matter, nor any declaration, because all of us were in one voice that we don't really have enough names to consider for recommendations. I therefore put the report to this House for consideration and report. I thank you.
Now recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move that the report be adopted.
The requests,
Deputy
honorable
Speaker?
members. Yes, honorable member.
Do you recognize me before
Yeah.
you name me?
Um,
The EFF rises to ask for the declaration.
Yes.
And also later to call for the division of the House.
Yeah, honorable members, yes, it has been drawn to my attention and requests for declaration of vote have been received. We will now allow up to 3 minutes, one member each political party wishing to make a declaration, an opportunity to do so. Who wants to start?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. On the 24th of June 2015, the Chief Justice sent to Parliament a letter containing a list of 8 candidates and the abbreviated curricula vitae in terms of Section 6(4) of the Electoral Commission Act of 1996, and requesting the National Assembly to recommend a candidate to the President of the Republic for appointment to the Electoral Commission. This was after a panel comprising the Chief Justice, the Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, the Chairperson of the Gender Equality Commission, and the Public Protector had satisfied themselves that any one of those they included in the shortlist could be a commissioner of our own Electoral Commission. The individuals who made up that panel are reputable members of society whose integrity is beyond reproach and whose commitment to both gender and racial equality transcends political party confines. We trust them, but we do not trust the ANC. The ANC rejects these names not because of their commitment to race and gender equality. They do so because they are worried that the list submitted by the Chief Justice does not include the cadres who will be willing to endanger our democracy by rigging elections when our people vote for the economic freedom fighters next year and in 2019 when you will join the DA on this side of the House. How can our society trust a few individuals of questionable character, such as the members of the ANC, over people of upright character as our Chief Justice and those who worked with him on this issue? We urge Jacob Zuma to use the very little morals he has to reject the recommendation of this committee for the reinitiation of the process and accept the list as submitted by the panel led by the Chief Justice. We reject this committee report as the economic freedom fighters. Thank you very much.
Yes, honourable member.
The honourable member just referred to the president as Jacob Zuma. And you withdraw that.
Honourable members.
Address him properly.
Honourable members, you know you're supposed to address the House properly. Please be in line. Yes, honourable member.
Deputy Chair. Deputy Speaker.
Can we proceed, honourable member? Thank you,
Can we
Deputy
proceed,
Honourable
Speaker?
Member. Allow the member to speak, please, ma'am.
If we
I'm
accept
rising
the
on a
name-
point of order.
What's your point of order, Honourable Member?
That there's no basis for you to sustain the point of order because Jacob Zuma is not a member of this parliament.
Honourable Member, take your seat. You see what you are doing now. You don't know what you're talking about. The rules of the House applies to the President when he's here, so. Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker,
Yes,
here.
Honourable Member.
May I address you?
Yes. What are
After
you-
the Honourable
Go on.
Paulser left the podium and walked back to his seat, he gave the members of the Democratic Alliance a rude gesture, a middle finger. Oh, it was to you, sorry. It was to you, the middle finger. And I believe that is unparliamentary, and I don't know how he was, but you should make him.
Honourable Paulson, could you do that?
No, Speaker, I'll show you what I did. I walked past here and I did this to my hair. There's nothing wrong with that. No. You mustn't listen to the right wing. Deputy Speaker, you mustn't listen to the right wing. They will look for trouble all the time. They are bullying you.
Honourable Member, please, your language is not okay. You can't.
I'm telling you, Speaker, I didn't do that.
The Honourable
The
Member
right
is-
wing is trying to bully you, Speaker.
Honourable
The right
Member,
is trying to
stop
bully
talking
you.
about me. I'm talking about what you did here.
No, Speaker, I'm telling you I didn't do it, but you're choosing their word over mine.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not choosing
I'm
anybody's
telling you I
side.
didn't do it. I didn't.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Paulson, you've just done that. You've just done that. Withdraw that.
Speaker?
Yes.
No, I didn't do it.
No, I've just seen you do it now in front of my
I
eyes.
said this.
Honourable,
I said this.
Can you can't, you're not allowed to do that. We
Okay,
made
then I
rulings.
withdraw that, Speaker.
I can't believe you want to continue to be told not to do simple things like those, Honourable Member.
Sorry, Chair.
Don't abuse us.
Speaker, they are
Sorry, Chair.
Speaker, they are
On a
abusing
point of
Chair.
order.
Deputy Speaker, you've got power.
Deputy Speaker.
You must deal with these people. They are bullying you.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Chivambo, I told you can't speak.
No, Deputy Speaker. Under which rule I'm not allowed to speak here?
No, you can't speak. You can't.
But don't abuse our members. You
You
cannot do
can't
that.
speak,
It's
Honourable
allowed to
Chivambo.
say this to people
Honourable
of
Member, you
Parliament.
can't speak. Take your seat, please.
I'm speaking, I can speak.
Sorry, Chair.
Can you take your seats, please? Yes, Honourable Member at the back.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
No, there's a member speaking at the back.
Thank you,
Can
Speaker.
No, man, no. Wait, can you guys please,
We're honourable members, we're not your guys.
can you just now act like an honourable member? You are not acting like an honourable member. Take your seat, honourable member, please, man.
We are not your guys. We are not your guys.
Yeah,
We are not your guys.
I agree.
We are not your guys. Don't talk to us
I
like that.
agree. I will not call you a guy, but
Yeah,
please
don't do
take your
that.
seat. I will not.
Arrest before that
On a
member
point of
here.
order.
No, take your seat, please, honourable members.
Chair, on a point of order.
No, take
point
your
of
seat,
order,
honourable
Chair.
member. Yes, honourable
On a
member,
point of
proceed and
order.
talk there.
On a point of order, Chair. On
There's a
point of
member
order.
standing there speaking. Yeah.
On a point of order.
Yes, yeah.
It's a really
Yes.
on a point of order, Chair.
But there's a member. Yes. there's a
No,
member
but you
standing
no,
up there,
you
honourable member. I'll
that
give you
will
a
not
chance.
happen, Speaker.
I'll give you a
Ah,
chance. Go ahead, honourable member, please.
Thank you, Chair. With all due respect, there are at least 20 of us who were witness to that gesture by the Honourable Paulson. So, and there are 20 available
But Deputy
affidavits.
Speaker.
He has not withdrawn, and
Speaker, on a point
it
of
is
order.
obscene and unparliamentary.
Deputy
Take a
Speaker,
seat.
on a point of order.
Yes, what's your point of order?
You have given Honorable Paulson a chance to withdraw whatever was mentioned that he had done. Honorable Paulson took the platform and withdrew. And we're supposed to move on with the business of the plenary.
Because you are saying so.
We cannot continue to dwell on an issue that
Honourable member
Paulson has withdrawn.
No. I am deciding who members are rising to raise points of order, honourable members. Let me decide whether I agree with them
The
or not.
precedence that we have set is
Honourable,
that once an
Deputy
honorable
Speaker.
member withdraws,
Take
then
your
we
seat.
move on with the
Please
business.
take your seat, honourable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, may I address you, please?
Honourable.
Honorable
Mandela.
Deputy Speaker?
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I don't know what the people of this country are thinking about us as members of this honorable house. Because the Honorable Shibambu said to you the V word. I don't want to pronounce that because it's not in my nature to pronounce it. And this speaker is really, really, really bad because we are degrading this house. We are dragging this house to the lowest as honorable members. The people of this country who voted for us, they expect us to act in an honorable manner. But what we are doing, what we've been experiencing since we started with the sitting, is unparliamentary and uncalled for. Thank you.
On a point of order.
Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order?
The chief whip of the EFF did not use any word. So we must not allow people to talk things that are not there.
Okay.
You must visit that hindsight arrangement.
All right.
Before we
Take
can
your
deal
seat.
with anything.
Okay, thank you.
People must not talk things that are not here.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, may I address you?
Yes, what are you raising? on?
Deputy Speaker, if it does help, as the Honourable Wilson said, we have at least 20 members that are prepared to do affidavits to state that the Honourable Paul Sir did do the gesture. But you know what? You know the contradiction here. A few minutes ago, the EFF accused the President, and I quote, not having balls. Their own members don't have balls to admit for what they've done in this house.
Honorable members, honorable
Point
members.
of order,
can I-
on a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members.
What you
can I-
did to us in the past, do it also to the white man.
Honorable.
Let him withdraw. We
Honorable-
cannot be.
Listen,
we
honorable
cannot
member.
live under threat of the DA in this house, nor the ANC, because they stand up as they wish, whenever they want to do that, and then they will instruct us to sit down. They will instruct us to withdraw the statements that you are making, but you can't do it to them. Do it to them. Do it to the white man, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker. Deputy Speaker, a point of order, please.
Honorable members, I want to point out that what you have said and the way you have said it is a serious infringement of the rules of order in the House. I want to suggest to you that in behaving and using the language you are using is out of order. We have told you that you must not do it. Honorable Waters, the language you have used yourself, repeating it after I had pointed out that it is offensive, is out of order, and I would like you to withdraw it, sir, with respect.
I withdraw, Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Honorable members, I do
Honorable
want
Deputy
to...
Speaker, may I address you?
No, honorable member,
We
can I
are
come to
called
you?
names by the DA here, not on Hansard.
No.
But we never scream and we never cry.
Honorable member.
Because we are not cry babies. They must man up and they must know that we are in Parliament here. We came here to debate issues and we came here to stand up. So we cannot be bullied. We cannot be bullied and be told that others are 20 in the house and we are 5.
Honorable Mogause,
We are a big organization.
You are defying me, ma'am. You are defying me, and I told you that you can't address another member as a white man. Can you withdraw that? Withdraw it, honorable member. Honorable Mogause, stand up and withdraw, referring to Honorable Waters as that white man. Just withdraw it.
But Deputy Speaker,
Can you take a seat? I'm requesting her to withdraw.
Recognize me after,
You can't
please.
speak here on her behalf. Please,
I'm not speaking
honorable
on
member.
behalf. Can you recognize me after, please? I'm begging you, Speaker. Please.
Honorable Mogause, please withdraw, referring to another member as that
I
white man.
withdraw.
Honorable members,
Motlatsa Musakotla, o rile se ka ra bua re se emisa matsogo, kgale ke emisitse letsogo go ntshupi, a ke itse gore ke eng ke batla go thusa.
honorable member, ke kopa ha ke so kope thuso ho wena ntate. Ke tla e kopa ka tsatsi le leng.
Kgale ke
Tsatsing lena ha
emisitse
ke
letsogo,
kope.
kgale ke emisitse letsogo, o se ka wa bua le nna jalo Musakotla. O rile re emise matsogo se ka ra emelela fela ke emisa letsogo go ntshupi. Yaanong ga ke tsamaya ka melao, wena ko wena o ignora melao o reng re tsamaye ka yone.
Honorable member.
Ne ke kopa gore o mpe tetlanyana fela ke tshwae.
Honorable member, o tshwaela ka eng jwanong?
Nkutlwele he. Nkutlwele. Wena motlatsa mmusakgotla. Go maemong fa o leng fa teng foo. Ke wena o tlisang tlhakatlhakano mo ntlong. Ka gore o tsa a ke re ba utlwa ba ba tletse go ratsa fela mo parlamenteng. Bo sa reng sepe ka bo. Ke wena o tlisang tlhakatlhakano foo. Go consistent mo go applying the rules tsa parliament. O tsa le tlhakore honorable member fa le wa emella o bua fela ka garata. Ga ba rona ba emella ba bua ba phoso. Ne ke go kopa motlatsa mmusakgotla gore wena fo o leng fa teng foo. Tota se tseye letlhakore ka re go ikaba ka letlhakore o tlo tlhakatlhakantsha ntlo e.
Honorable member, honorable members, Honorable Mkoba, please go ahead. Oh, okay, sorry, go ahead, honorable member. I wasn't even seeing you there. I'm sorry.
Thank
Please
you very much,
proceed,
Deputy
honorable member.
Speaker.
Yes.
If we accepted the names proposed by the Chief Justice, then we would have been in violation of the Constitution. And for this reason, we are in support of the report to restart the process. We want to thank members of the committee for the way in which this matter was dealt with. I thank you very much.
Honorable Ngomo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Portfolio Committee was tasked to consider a request from the Chief Justice, Mr. Mogoeng, to find a suitable candidate for a vacancy that arose after Ms. Renee Chaliard left the Electoral Commission. A list of prepared candidates was submitted and their curriculum vitae is thoroughly considered. The Portfolio Committee raised serious concerns, though, especially regarding the race representativity in the commission, as the current standing commissioners were all black and all male, and that this was not representative of race and gender, which is a composition that is needed in our country, in South Africa. The Chief Justice in his report put forward the names of 8 candidates, 7 of which were African males, and a female and 1 white female. The committee stressed the need for greater race representation within the ranks of the Electoral Commission as per section 193.2 of the Constitution, and agreed that the current list of recommended candidates did not meet the requirement. It is with this view that the IFP supports this report and its recommendation that the President of the country considered the reinitiation of the process of candidate selection and interviews, and that this process be started afresh. I thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the National Freedom Party welcomes the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, recommending that the President considers the reinitiation of the process of advertising and interviews to identify more candidates meeting their equity requirements. As the month of celebrating the contribution of women to society in South Africa draws to a close, the NFP believes that it is fitting and proper that the decision to appoint a candidate to the Electoral Commission be postponed to address the current gender imbalance on the Commission. We also believe that by appointing a woman simply because she is a woman would have been a grave insult to the millions of women in South Africa. The candidate who is selected eventually must, in addition to complying with the gender profile needs of the Commission, also be suitable, qualified. The NFP believes that we have many women in South Africa who would meet the requirements, and it is now up to those entities that are responsible for nominations to select suitable qualified candidates for the vacant position. The issue of gender and racial composition of the Commission is problematic, and we question why the constitutional requirement of gender and racial representation were not considered when the current members were serving on the Commission were appointed. We are now faced with a situation where one vacancy must compensate for both gender and racial representation, whilst the remainder of the commission in its existing form and composition remains unchallenged. As the NFP, we believe that the entire commission ought to be restructured so as to give full effect to the constitutional requirement of gender and racial representation. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the National Freedom Party support the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs. I thank you.
Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I would like to repeat the words of all the members that have spoken before me. All of us agreed in the committee, and then we are surprised by the position of the EFF, but we respect their right, despite them being there, when we agreed that we support and confirm this report. I thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the motion that the report be agreed to. Are there any objections? There being no objections, I will now put the question. Those in favor say aye. And those against, no. The ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, the EFF calls for the division of the House.
The House, the division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Hey, Lord. Honorable members, I would like to remind you that members may only vote from their allocated seats.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, before we proceed, can I rise on a point of order?
What's your point of order, honorable member?
And please, may I ask you not to interrupt when I'm talking, please. Now, Deputy Speaker, what I want to understand is the issue of these bouncers that are outside. Why are they only at this door and they are not there and they are not there? What is the arrangement of these bouncers? Can we be clarified that because we don't feel safe as we walk out of here, they are bouncers, but they are not on that door and they are not on this door. Why are they only on this door? Can you clarify that?
We are in the middle of a voting.
No, but
point
I'm asking,
of order.
It's a serious issue. We are worried about our safety here. Please.
All right.
Can you clarify?
I hear you. I hear you,
Okay.
honorable member. Take your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Members, when requested to do so.
But Deputy Speaker, you
Yes.
need to make a ruling on what has been raised here. It's the second incident where bouncers are only waiting in this door.
Honorable member.
And we need to be clarified so that we can be sure that we are safe here. Because it can't be that we rise to call order and you don't make a ruling when it's convenient for you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable
If
member.
that will assist the honorable members, the Parliamentary Protection Services in all these doors, they are there. Not only that one of yours. Even if you open that one, you will find them in all the doors. Can we continue with the business of the House? This sitting is not
Honorable
meant for the
members.
EFF to take us for granted.
Okay,
Can we
Deputy
continue with the
Speaker.
business of the day?
This is a serious matter.
Yeah, honorable
Welcome
member,
to
can
our
you
lives here.
wait, honorable
Please.
member? You see,
There are security
you see-
this side, there are bouncers.
Yeah, okay, take your seat. Yes, honorable member, I'll give. Yeah.
So you arrange these bouncers to
You have spoken,
Speaker, thank
honorable
you very
member.
much.
Please let me proceed. You have spoken. I've
But
given
why
you an
did you deploy
opportunity.
bouncers here
Deputy-
for us?
You are interrupting things that we should be going ahead. Let's go. Let me proceed. Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, on 2 occasions now during this sitting, there have been unprecedented aspersions cast on members of the staff of Parliament. And I really think it is extremely extraordinary thing that members of Parliament are able to do so in this House. I really think we need a ruling on this matter, and I ask you to consider this matter when you
Yes.
return to the House.
Yes, honorable member. We have said the subject of today's proceedings have created unfortunate requirements for us to go an extraordinary length to deal with what has happened in the House. And I can assure you, we will deal with them. Right now, our business is to go ahead with the division called by the EFF. Let's proceed. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. The question before the House is that the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on a filling of a vacancy on the Electoral Commission. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the report should press the yes button. Those against, press the no button. Those wishing to abstain, press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting is now closed. Honorable members, the results of the voting is as follows. The yes, 178. The no, 14, abstain, no. and the report is therefore agreed to.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, Honourable Member.
would want to be advised on the quorum and what specific number is needed for the quorum. Can you please advise on that? The total number of voters.
Honourable Member, what's the problem? I don't understand your problem. The mathematics? 178 plus 14?
Deputy Speaker, I rose to ask you to tell us the total number required for us to make a quorum and to proceed with the voting.
It's a third, it's 134, so we've got more than that, sir. Honourable members, we will now take the second to the seventh orders together as they appear on the order paper. These are requests for approval by Parliament of international agreement on tax matters in terms of Section 231 of the Constitution. Honourable Karim.
Chairperson, as I understand it, I'm not sure what I'm expected to do. I thought there was going to be a declaration, but since you asked me to speak, how many minutes have I got?
Honourable Karim, I thought you know that declarations and how long they take, really.
All right, but we don't particularly want to declare.
That's fine, say so.
The point is that from 1994 onwards, these double tax agreements and so on have just been tabled in Parliament. There has never been a request from the ANC side that we have a declaration on this, because essentially they signed off by the Minister of Finance and his, in this case, counterpart from another country. And the norm has been to process it in the committee while recognizing we have a very limited oversight role. So I'm bemused that we are, for the first time since 1994, putting this up for discussion. It was understood that there may be another party that wants to make a declaration, in which case I understood it would be the right of the ANC to reply to that. But since that isn't the case, I would like to formally table these. They were discussed in the committee. We have been concerned about two policy issues of the committee. The House is concerned to be interested. It is one is the BEPS matter, base erosion and profit shifting. We're concerned to stress that when these double tax agreements are signed with these countries, that we take that into account. The second issue that's arisen, it's a persistent theme, and it's all we'll discuss for the next few years, presumably, is that because of the problems in raising revenue, when we secure these double tax agreements and other related international agreements, we've got to ensure that our revenue sources are not undermined. So in short, that's what it's basically about, and I would like the powers that be that decide on the program to consider that unless we change the constitution or the rules, we should just table this rather than have 10 minutes allocated for I know not what. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, we will now go through the individual reports, as I understand we've said so. Honourable member, the...
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, honourable member.
would want to make a declaration because we are sure that the ruling party has got no clue whatsoever of what the subject are dealing with. So we want to test their knowledge of these matters.
Honourable members, if you do want to do that, go ahead.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honourable
I
member.
just rise on a point of order. Should you not put the reports first to the House and get the ayes and the noes, and then a declaration can be called? Because I think the reports have not been put to the House as yet, whether the House accepts or not, and thereafter we can deal with declarations if so desired. Thank you.
Sorry? Honourable Singh, As I read earlier on that we put the reports together as placed in the order paper. So you will declare and thereafter we will take decisions. So anybody who speaks will speak on all of them. So shall we proceed on that? Go ahead, Honourable Member.
As we said that the ruling party has got no idea of what they're dealing with here, the EFF would want to share some few lessons with them. For years, South Africa has been obsessed with the OECD methods contrary to all academic research and practical experience, which shows fundamental flaws of treating tax avoidance as legal and acceptable business practice. Unless South Africa passes a legislation, an act of parliament, and make tax avoidance illegal, many of these agreements, protocol, and treaties will remain redundant, difficult if not impossible to enforce. The reality is that the OECD interests are not aligned with South Africa's interest to maximally collect tax from multinational companies. It was misguided to have faith in their processes, and a different approach must be considered. In fact, overwhelming evidence shows that treaties are not meant to protect the interests of multinational corporations before fiscal stability and tax evasion. And at the same time, multinational companies will continue to find sophisticated means and measures not to pay tax. The ANC government is failing to recognize continuous changes and the scope of resources being lost through tax avoidance. What is even more alarming about the nature of many of these treaties is that South Africa is signing treaties with countries that do not have significant trading activities. For example, there is no significant physical and tangible trade between South Africa and Luxembourg, one that one can talk about. Yet there is more money leaving South Africa heading to Luxembourg compared to Germany. SARS Commissioner was telling the committee yesterday about the tax gap of about 300 billion. Money that is supposed to be collected, but it is not. South Africa must learn from many developing countries such as Argentina, Brazil, India, and Bolivia, and many others, in particular their efforts and proactive measures to deal with illicit financial flows. While observing and engaging in the OECD processes, there must be parallel processes to learn solutions that can deal with South Africa's problems of taxation, which prioritize development objectives before multinational corporation profit. Otherwise, multinational companies will continue to loot and steal while we watch and do nothing. South Africa must stop a process of looting and collateral damage between the black emerging comprador bourgeoisie on the left and the multinational syndicates who continue to loot this country with impunity. So the EFF rejects this report.
Go ahead.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, one is amazed at some of the pronouncements that are sometimes made in this House. Absolutely amazed. And if it were not for our privilege in this House, I'm sure that there would be lots of libel action taking place. Nevertheless, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must be very careful about how we address tax avoidance. I would hasten to say that there is not a single person in this House who does not try to avoid tax. Not a single one. Not one of us in this House goes out and pays more tax than we need to pay. That is the truth of it. What we need to be careful of, and what these protocols do, in fact, try and do, is moving profits from one tax jurisdiction to another, and thereby paying less tax than perhaps they should pay. But to talk about tax avoidance as if it's a crime is nonsense. Nami ngiyazama ekugcineni konyaka ukuthi ngikhokhe i-tax ukuthi ngidingeka ukuthi ngiyikhokhe kodwa angikhokhi isente lodwe ngaphezu kwalokho.
Please take your
Ngiyabonga.
seat. Let's hear. What's your order, honorable
Can
member?
I request the member?
No,
speak
honourable
for
member.
himself. He must not do that.
What?
He must not accuse all of us of avoiding tax. He must not do that.
No, honorable member. Okay.
No, he
take-
must not do it.
No,
If he avoids tax, he must speak for himself. He must
honorable
not do
member.
that.
Please take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable Goma. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. It remains a fundamental tenet of modern tax planning that structures need to be kept under constrained review and need to be able to adapt to constantly changing circumstances. These bilateral agreements evidence such changing circumstances and are necessary in that they are agreements between the two tax administrations of two countries enabling the respective administrations to eliminate double taxation. A most welcome addition with regard to the withholding tax, what we call WHT, the maximum rate of tax of dividends will be 5% in the case where the beneficial owner of the dividend holds at least 10% of the capital in the dividend-paying company, and 10% withhold tax shall be effective on the gross amount of dividends in all other cases. Applications of these limitations will be mutual, agreed by the two contracting states. Honorable Speaker, these agreements collectively pave the way for growth and enhanced business opportunities between South Africa and the other partner states. The IFP supports the agreements. I thank you.
Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think it's important for the House and the nation to be informed that the flight of a capital to so-called tax haven is not a new phenomenon. But also it's important to note that efforts by various countries, including emerging economies, are not a new thing. We should not be fooled to think that because of the arrival of new political parties in the political landscape of our country, this is a new phenomenon. We have been tackling this problem as a country for quite some time. And I must indicate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that it's not correct, as much as Honorable Mazamba and Honorable Liz has indicated. Maybe we need to check the source of tax theory of some of the participants in this parliament. What theory suggests that tax avoidance is illegal? Maybe we should check what the norm in as far as the optimum tax theory suggests to all of us. It's clear that some people want to write new textbooks. I will pardon most of you because I know the whip of the party that is trying to use this development as a way of creating a political identity. He's not necessarily someone that conversant with economic concepts. He's more into the political science of things. I'm a bit worried you are trying to even distort. You know, as a graduate of Wits University, you are trying also to distort some of the basic teachings that you get from that reputable institution, you know? Because the reality of the matter is that there is a difference between tax avoidance and tax evasion. Let's not conflate the two. Let's try our level best to avoid doing that. But also, you know, they keep on saying we should ban transfer pricing. What is transfer pricing? What is transfer pricing? Transfer pricing is a transactional pricing between multinational companies as they conduct business between their subsidiaries. If Nando's in Mozambique is buying something from Nando's in UK. By the way, we are having multinational companies also as South Africa. Nando's, a South African company, is running operations in UK. If they sell among themselves, they set up the price. That's transfer pricing. So when you say we must ban transfer pricing, what do you mean?
Honorable member, your time is
We don't
expired.
deal with transfer pricing, we deal with the abuse of transfer pricing.
Yeah.
I think,
No, time has expired.
you will take this as freelance,
On a
because I've been
point of
trying to
order.
tell this to you in the committee. You are not prepared to learn.
On a point of order, I think this
No.
member is exposing his confusion and we can, on a point of order.
Take your seat.
On a
Take
point
your
of
seat,
order.
honorable member, please. Don't try to speak. I told you not only because of what you have defied the chair, but that you can't speak because you are named. Can you respect the rules of the House?
Which rule names me? Which rule is that? Which is-
Honorable member, you also made it worse by hurling insults at the chair.
But which
Openly and so on. Take
which
your
rule
seat,
is that?
please.
Which rule is that?
Take your seat, honorable member.
Which rule is that which names me? Can you show me the rule that says I'm named and I can't speak? Can you show me the rule?
Honorable member,
Show me the rule.
I have directed you to leave the chamber in terms of Rule 51. You have refused. I now ask the Sergeant at Arms to remove you from the chamber in terms of Rule 53. Honorable members, the question before the House is that the second to the seventh orders, together as they appear in the order paper, be approved. Any objections to that? Why?
But you said that we should
put them together.
Together as an order.
Uh,
But the question, you put exactly.
Honorable members, the table instructs me to take them one by one, and he claims it's international orders and so on. Let's proceed with as we are advised. Are there any objections to the approval of protocol amending the agreement between the Government of the Republic of South Africa and Government of the Republic of Cyprus as it appears in the order paper? No objections, agreed to. Are there any objections to the approval of the convention between the Government of the Republic of South Africa and the Government of the Republic of Cameroon as it appears in the order paper? No objections, agreed to. Are there any objections to the approval of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of South Africa and the Government of the State of Qatar? Qatar. Hey, Boni Qatar, Minala. Qatar, as it appears in the order paper. No objections, agreed to. Are there any objections to the approval of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of South Africa and the Government of the Kingdom of Lesotho as it appears in the order paper? No objections, agreed to. Are there any objections to the approval of the agreement between the sorry, members. Are there any objections to the approval of the agreement between the government of the Republic of South Africa and the government of Hong Kong, Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China, as it appears in the order paper? No objections, agreed to. Are there any objections to the approval of the agreement between the government of the Republic of South Africa and the government of Grenada, as it appears in the order paper? No objections, agreed to. That concludes the business of the day, honorable members. The House is adjourned.